Not NPR, but KPR, Kristina Public Radio.
Welcome to KPR, Kristina Public Radio with Kristina Mattis. There we go. It's the inaugural sharing your story. I don't know what this is, but I've got Josh Harris today as my very first person to have a conversation with. And
no pressure.
No pressure whatsoever. And, you know, when I was reaching out to people, you know, it's like, I don't know what to call it. It's not an interview. It's a conversation, but I've got questions. And, you know, like we were talking about just before, when all of this was just getting bounced around. And I miss talking with people in person. No surprise there. But what I miss most is having an opportunity for people to share their stories. And that's the foundation basis for all of this, is just having a conversation and having that opportunity for you to share your story about whatever you want to talk about. It could be about work, it could be about personal, it could be about whatever. And if I ask a question that you don't want to talk about, we don't have to talk about it and move on to something else.
I know. I'm an American. I don't have to talk about anything I don't want to talk about. But like, when was the last time in our, I don't know, at this point, 6 years of friendship, that I like didn't want to talk about something?
There have been times.
Have there?
Yeah. And not necessarily some of it is about work, but that's only, I think, because of like maybe some confidential internal work stuff.
Oh.
And then I think maybe there have been times where like just personal stuff, whether it's like family or whatever, and you're like, you know what, I'm not ready to talk about it now. I will when I'm ready, kind of thing. And it's like, okay, not a big deal, you know.
I feel like sometimes if I had just gotten done talking about something and then I'm like, I can't relive it again.
Yeah.
Also, I think partially because so anybody who's like ever heard me tell a story, I'm a very detail-oriented person. And I will stop you in your story to ask you all this background shit. And I derail people's stories because I'm like, I need all this context over here, which is only relevant for 5 minutes of your story. But to me, it fills in a picture. So I tell stories in that level of detail. So like, sometimes I'm exhausting to me. I'm just like, oh.
Well, but that's why I think you and I get along so well, because I'm really long-winded and I know that about myself. And people are like, whoa, Mattis, like cut the story, like get to the point. Like, what are you trying to get to? And I'm like, wait a second, but you need all this background context because I know you're going to ask me all these questions. So let me just tell you all about it first.
Let me tell you now.
Because I know you're going
to. I don't have to answer your question that I know is going to come, and you're going to be like, oh yeah, right. And I'm like, yeah. Because I was right, like I always am.
You or me?
Yes.
So you were telling me how you would want to have people interrupt you during the day.
Yeah. So this whole thing, like you said, you know, the talking to people, that you miss talking to people. Right. So, you know, I think I really am an ambivert, but like.
What's that?
So between an extrovert and an introvert, an ambivert is both.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there are maybe different kinds of ambiverts, and I'm just guessing. I think there are people who could be either and like are okay either way. And then I think there are people like me who need both, right? So I need times to myself, but then I need time with people.
Yeah.
And I've been going into the office this whole time, and like the first 3 weeks, my team and I were in the first 15 days, my team put in 150 hours each, right? So myself included. And I think I might have gone over a little in some places because, you know, I always have the work. So that was kind of okay. But as things sort of leveled off and stabilized, you know, we were all going into the office, and we're all still going into the office, but it's gotten to the point where they're like, we're going to alternate like who's in and who's working from home. And that first couple of weeks, you know, we were in my district, like every day we were starting every morning with 2 hours of live stream PD. So I would write an opening and a closing, and we would frame stuff out. And my two toasts, George Lopez and Celia Salinas, did just tons and tons of work. But then we'd do the broadcast, is what we call it, like, welcome to our PD show. Those are all webbed, by the way, www.remoteinstruction.org.
Oh, yeah, because there's no shameless pitch in that one.
Right. No, I mean,
you actually really did a lot of good work. And before, I'm going to derail you just for a second.
I'm shocked. This is my shocked face.
Were you required to go into the office, or was this by choice?
I don't know that anybody said you and your team have to come in.
Yeah.
I think it was, first off, most district office personnel were deemed essential, barring you being a high-risk person. So asthmatics, diabetics, people of a certain age, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And, you know, we kept having this conversation internally to the ed tech department. It was like, and all of us were like, no, this computer's better, because they work on big iMacs. They have MacBook Pros, but they work on big 27-inch iMacs.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, this computer's better, this connection's better. And remember those first 2 weeks, I think, before the internet, the residential internet service providers kind of caught up and figured out how to open the bandwidth a little bit. Like everyone would hit this. It was without fail. So we were, live stream PD was 9:30 to 11:30, or sometimes till noon, because we went long.
Yeah.
It was not a tight show, let's put it that way. And everybody was hitting that 10 o'clock slowdown, but we weren't, because we sit on a bigger pipe at work. We sit on and especially a better upload connection, because like a lot of us here in Salinas have Comcast, Xfinity, whatever they're called, and they throttle their upload. My download screams, but my upload is hard. And when you're live streaming, that is all upload, right? So the upload at work was better. And, you know, one of my team members also lives by herself the way I do. And the other has a wife and a 4.5, 5-year-old. And he's like, it's just easier to focus here. So that was like the first 2 or 3 weeks. But then also, so we would do that. Where I was going was, we would do the show, and then we would stop for lunch, and either we would bring lunch or Celia would go and get lunch. And would almost always refuse pay or reimbursement. And then for lunch, we would plug in somebody's laptop to our big TV that we normally run training and meeting off of. And like, we would watch a TV show. And that wasn't the first couple days. And then Celia kind of insisted on it. Like, no, we're all working through lunch, so stop. And then, you know, they were putting in 2 or 3 hours of overtime every day, because they're on a teacher contract. So they were basically 8:05 to 3:05, except for Tuesdays, blah, blah, blah. The intricacies of the LSL teacher contract. But so it was just like, and that first week, I really feel like they were going 8 to 6, right? So they were pretty solid 10-hour days. And so it was like the taking of breaks, and you know, they were focused on their parts, like their primary responsibility was the PD. So, and just the way the office is laid out, like I'm in this other part, and mine was building all the peripheral things, working on the guidance documents, working with the assistant soup. We've built what I think is a really good website, and I've heard from as far away as, you know, literally #humblebrag Australia, about like, wow, this is a really good website. Can we use it? It's like, yeah, that's why it's published. But like, honestly, I had help from you and all our folks in our Voxer group. And then my friend Samantha Ducher, who's in Arkansas, and her district, like they weren't ready to go. So I'm like, hey, can you help work on our website? So I just opened that up to her. So like I was literally bringing in digital migrant labor from other states to help get that website squared away.
Okay.
And we had a couple meetings, whole team, like George, Celia, me, and her, to get all the but it was so busy, and it seemed like the work was never ending, so it was just easy. So that was all fine, right? So the whole point was like being on my own. So that was kind of social, but it was also so focused and so frantic. Like the pace was so high that you didn't have time to think about it. But after the first 3 weeks, like the lunch thing sort of stopped, just because it didn't need to anymore. Like they weren't working as long a days. After 3 or 4 days, like, you know, they were just working 8-hour days, which is still a little bit longer than their contract. And I wasn't coming home so exhausted, although I was coming home pretty tired. So then it's just gotten to this point where, like, you know, it's funny, all my mom friends, especially with younger kids, like I have two, they're going to remain unnamed, but they know who they are, who are both boy moms of 2 boys, who are the younger of both those 2 boys are like, have what I have a Starbucks cup that says logorrhea, which is logos and diarrhea, just like will not shut up, incredibly over to the extrovert end of things, as is my nephew. Like my sister was sending videos of she'd like hang out around the corner while my nephew was working on his schoolwork, just singing to himself constantly. And then, like, it's funny for 30 seconds, but that's her whole day, is this 6th grader singing to himself while he works. And she's like, you know, I finally understand why his teachers are always like, he's so smart, he's great, he works really hard, he won't shut up. And like, and she'd go, well, did you? And he's like, yes, we do those things. You know? But yeah, so all the moms and the parents who are like, my kids are on me, they need me, especially younger kids, all the time. And I'm just like, well, at the other end of the spectrum, you could be home and the only one who talks to you is the TV or YouTube, right? So that has, you know, it wasn't probably until mid-April that really started, you know, given that we closed mid-March. And it wasn't probably till mid-April that really started to set in. And then the weird sort of, duality is not what I mean, paradox, is when the weather cleared and it was, you know, I was trying to maintain some level of exercise. I'm not, you know, we have a Southern California friend, a La Habra friend, who, you know, I don't want to name names, but she knows who she is, who's like, I get an Apple Watch, like, so-and-so ran 5 miles. It's like, oh, well, that's so awesome for you. Shut up. But like, so the paradox would be like craving human companionship and really wanting someone else to talk to, whether it's professionally or personally. And, you know, I have my therapist once a week on FaceTime, and that's good, but it's different. It's not the same. And then when I would go out, like either to a regional park or just around the neighborhood for walks or whatever, like anybody who wasn't masked up, who was getting closer than 6 feet, like in the first month, I probably yelled at 4 or 5 people.
I remember you saying that, like you went on like a group of kids even. You're like, do you
Well, not kids, like teenagers, 20-somethings, not children, because if this gets on YouTube, be very clear.
Yeah.
Not minors. I did not yell at minors.
No.
No.
To us, like anybody who's younger than us, they're kids.
Right. I mean, but let's clarify before this is subject to a YouTube comment section. Yeah. But honestly, not just a couple kids, middle-aged people and people older than me. Yeah. And, you know, proud to say that I have enough Spanish that two of those times were bilingually, like yelling 6 feet, 6 pies así o 6 pies debajo, which means 6 feet here or 6 feet under. And I may have called a stranger menso, which is not a nice thing to call them, calling them stupid. But it was amazing. You know, it was with younger people, I feel like it was that sort of late teens, 20 something in vulnerability, and it doesn't, you know, and the early news was all, oh, it really is only these high risk groups and kids are basically immune to it. And we know now that that's different, you know, looking at the end of May, practically June. So that, but then also with older people, with the middle-aged and the older people, and given that it's May 31st and the country as we speak is literally gripped in race riots. I was telling people, like, I've had about a pocket full, that's not how I said it, but I've had about a pocket full of middle-aged and older white people who just refuse to mask up and who refuse to distance. And it was universally that demographic. Or just, you know, there's a regional park here, Toro Park, or it's connected to Fort Ord National Monument. Some of the path is wide in some places and narrower in others. And like where it's narrower than 6 feet, you know, there were a lot of people on the trail who somebody would move off into the grass. And the other person would stay to the lane. And that was typically like people my age to, you know, because out huffing and puffing, nobody was wearing a mask, but everybody was doing the distance thing. But then like a couple of times, every time where I would move off into the grass and somebody would go, okay, that means me and my 3 dogs can be in the middle. They were white and middle-aged or older. And I'm really, like, if anybody knows me, not a shock that I'm calling that out. So I call out white privilege all the time, which doesn't make me any better than it. I know that I benefit from it and have it, but in any case.
But you are.
So that was the weird paradox. I'm sorry?
So I think that's like the irony as well, where like you're privileged enough to call out the privilege as well.
Right.
Like there are a lot of people who don't have the privilege to call out privilege for whatever the reason is.
Sure.
But
I think my point was, like, I wanted human interaction and companionship, but anytime I went outside, I was yelling at them, right? I was like, get away from me. Why are you so close? Because, and that's the other thing is, I really feel like it's become this very interesting, like, who's figured out that masks are not for you, dum-dum. Therefore, if you are an asymptomatic carrier, so you have a much less spread it. So that's a thing you do that's for the benefit of everybody but you, right? That's very community minded. That's very communal.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, the people who figured that out versus the people who haven't and who won't. And it's, it's just been that's been like one of the struggles, one of the personal struggles.
I think, right. I mean, you crave the community, the connection. You started yelling at people. Yeah.
Well, especially so, and then it became this thing where it's like, if you were observant, if I saw you in a mask or gloves or you were doing something, then even if you know, didn't observe the 6 feet when it was possible, then I was okay. Cause like, I knew you were trying and I felt like that was an outward indicator that you knew what good practices were and you were probably observing them as best you could. Going back to that communal thing, like I was still reporting to work in an office with 4 other people, right? So my assistant is in half the day. She's an assistant to a director the other half of the day. She's got kids in the family. And then there's somebody else in my office who is like our textbook and warehouse guy, and he's not old enough to have met the hold on, I'm getting a call.
Yep.
He's not old enough to have met that criteria.
Yeah.
But he is older, and his wife is of an age with him. So it was like, going back to that community minded thing, it was like if you infect me, my whole transmission chain are the people I'm showing up to work with every day.
Right.
Right. So one of my toasts goes home by herself. The other one goes home to a wife and a 4-year-old. The other goes home to her set of teenage kids. And then the last is, I think in his 60s, early 60s, late 50s, early 60s, and his wife is of an age. And her mom, so if she's in her 50s, 60s, her mom lives with them. So I'm like, to me it was, I'm relatively healthy and I'll probably be okay, hopefully.
Yeah.
But it wasn't about me. And it was about, if you make me sick, you're going to take a whole department down.
Right.
And also, like, it's not just about getting sick. There are people in that transmission chain who could die. Yeah. So, I mean, all of us could theoretically, right? So, it just became, it was this weird paradox. It continues to be a weird paradox. It has, so the problem, it has gotten harder and harder once I'm away from work to not feel like everything else is an interruption on my downtime, even other people, which is regrettable. And I think I'm coming out of trying to be aware of that and make sure I have space for other things. Because I'd like really despaired of that sort of loneliness when I wasn't at work and found other ways to fill it up. And now that became a new social circle, and then prior social circles were sort of interrupting. Like, I mean, in that Voxer group, I'm one of the least active people, right? In that one that you're in. Really?
We give what we can. We give the time that we can. I mean, and we don't judge, which is what I really appreciate. It's like this unconditional, no strings attached group of people who we don't question. And like I was telling you earlier, like I was in that total funk. I don't know what came over me, but in 2019, like it was just weird. And I completely dropped out of that circle, but nobody looked at me or quite, at least I don't think anybody questioned, like, that it was anything.
No,
like
I think any conversation I had about it was like, hey, what's going on with Mattis? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's having a rough time.
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do? I'm like, well, I may have made suggestions, but I'll just keep them to myself since it's being recorded.
Tell me later.
Yeah. I think my point was, like, I don't think it has anything to do with us in the group. And honestly, like, as friends, I don't think there was anything we could have done to remedy it.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like,
because I suspected what the source of it was. And in conversation with you, I found out that I was right. And we couldn't have done anything to fix it. So.
Right. Exactly. Right. But I think, like, using this as an example where there is a really, I think, tight-knit group of people, like, we may not know each other's middle names or, when everybody's birthdays
This
are.
This begins with a J. It's something Lithuanian and I can't pronounce it. Janusis. Janoi.
My maiden name.
Oh. Well then, never mind.
Right. But, sounds like Star Wars, but like when we, using this group of people as an example where it's like, there's no judgment. And I think that over time, when all of this started in March and, beginning of April, we were all doing what we could. And that was it. Like, just do what you can. And then over time, I actually feel like there are pockets out there of people who've become judgmental and judgy, where it's like, well, if I can do it, why can't you? And
oh, yeah, I feel like I am kind of judgmental, but I feel like the things that I've become judgmental around are not, if we can do it, why can't you? because I'm also very competitive. And I know that the reason you can't do what we do is because we're just better. No, I think what I've become judgmental about is I said this in the beginning, and by the beginning I mean probably while still in March. And if you look at that Q boom that I did right when this got started.
Oh, was that the one where well, because the conference was canceled, it went all virtual.
Right.
You have another phone call to take?
No, it's so I was having the Zoom problem that we were talking about earlier before the recording started, and I texted about the two dual monitors.
Yeah.
And this person Susan is very diligently following up. Shout out Susan Stewart, hashtag K2Cantu, is following up going like, you wrote long paragraphs, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, no, I think I got it. And I just like, she called to try and like, hey buddy, can I help you? And then I'm like, no, I'm gonna call. Anyway, and I'll be interested, like I got a little iMac notification of her text, so I'll be interested if that made it into the recording. Did you see my notification pop up screen? Oh, okay, good.
No, I see you and your lightsabers in the back.
Right, so that's left over from the Q boom. So like if going back to that, the things I've become like judgy or judgmental about, what I think has become really salient is, so in that Q boom, I say a thing about like comfort zones are over. Like they can't exist anymore. And then very graciously, Susan Stewart invited me to be like the closing keynote for a CVQ, big virtual event with people from literally all
like
over
what, 1,500, 2,000 people? Something?
Yeah, and way, I like all over the US, and I know there were people from I'm nearly positive there were people from other countries. I'm sure Susan could tell you.
Yeah.
But in any case, like what I think became really clear right away is, you know, those of us in educational technology have been having this, oh my God, massive can of worms about to get opened up. I'm just gonna like lose half of my friends in the ed tech community. It became really clear what was about a teacher comfort zone versus what students needed.
Tell me more.
Or what was possible.
What do you mean?
So for years, I feel like, and this was even like back when I was still at TOSA and we were, and the TOSA chat, Twitter chat was going on, and that Voxer group, there was always this meet people where they are, and there was a small, bitter, vocal minority, myself included, going, no, it's called the proximal zone of development. If you meet people where they are, they never have to stretch and grow. You meet them just past where they are, which means they get a little frustrated. And then suddenly, productive struggle became a buzzword because of the 8 mathematical practices in Common Core math. And those of us were going, this is what I'm talking about. But now it's a buzzword, so you get it. But it's like John Ike, shout out Westlake Charter. John Ike says, education's like a rubber band. When you feel the tension, you know it's working. Right? So that was this argument. That was this tension. Let's not say argument. So I was a history teacher and my mom wanted to be a lawyer. So I frame everything as an argument, but I don't mean bickering. I mean like
a debate. Right.
You know, your topics and supporting details, that's your main argument and you're supporting evidence to me.
Yeah.
So in any case, it was this tension, right? Like, we got to meet teachers where they are. Like, no, you don't. You don't meet kids where they are. You meet them just past where they are. It's called the zone of proximal development. Like, we've heard this in learning theory. It's nothing new. It's just, oh, I'm going to be making friends right now. It's fine when it applies to kids, but it's not always okay when it applies to adults.
It's out of convenience. When it's convenient for you, it'll work. But when
right.
It's not for you.
So let's talk about convenience again. And I don't just mean teachers. I mean adults.
Yeah.
I mean everyone in the organization, right? And everyone in every organization. So let's talk about what's convenient. So then I have seen, not just in my district, but everywhere, the pushback pushbacks on greater and better and more genuine ed tech integration being screen time. Oh, they're on screens way too much. Yes, but that's for entertainment. It's not productive. Even the new AMA guidelines on screen time have differentiated between passive entertainment and active, creative, and mentally engaging. So that's a newer thing.
It's the quality. Like, what are you doing on the screen?
Right. So that was one pushback. And what I really feel like is these were false fronts. These were, I'm going to throw what looks like a kid issue in the way because I am challenged and afraid that all of my kids know technology better than I do, that this is a modality that I wasn't taught in, therefore I don't know how to teach in it, because teachers are humans and humans will run home to mama, and mama in this case is, how was I taught to do something even when I wasn't taught very well how to do it. Also, the fact that most teachers were good in school, so they replicate that system, even though they are not necessarily the majority. I don't think any of this is done out of malice or even out of neglect. I think this is just human nature, right? So this part, there's no judgment on.
Not out of neglect, but done out of ignorance.
Sure, but that's the same thing. Human nature, like ignorance is part of human nature, kind of, right?
Oh, absolutely. You don't know any different. But if you don't know any different, then how are you, like, how are you?
But sometimes you can be told different things and then you don't want to hear them. So this is what I'm talking about, is like you can be shown or told different things, but it doesn't match with what feels convenient. And a lot of people are not necessarily always self-aware enough to know that that's the reaction they're having. We don't do a lot of, at any age in this country, when I sit up straight, I'm out of frame. At any age in this country of being metacognitive or emotionally self-aware in the moment. And it's been like years of therapy to get me there. And I don't always do it. But so then the other one that I feel like is more difficult because it is partially true is people would throw up the equity roadblock. Well, we can't do this. We can't do any technology because not all of our kids have it. So it's not equitable. It's not, well, it's like, okay, well, you could say that, or you could advocate that the district use its money to create equity. And unfortunately, districts weren't doing that. I mean, some of us were. I feel like, you know, to toot my own horn, I feel like in the Alice Hall, we did do that but we benefited from a lot of factors in California local control funding formula. We tick a lot of boxes, but it was also made a priority by our school board, by our leadership, at every sort of facet of the organization. It was like, our kids are amongst the poorest kids in this county. And as a reflection of that, something like half of all the coronavirus known cases in Monterey County are in the zip codes we serve. So like, there is the linkage between disease and poverty, and this pandemic and poverty right there. There is a demonstration of it. However, you know, there were doubters. Oh, can you send devices home with these kids? What if they don't have internet? Because a Chromebook requires internet. So then we started gathering data. When the data from all three stakeholder groups, from teachers, students, and parents. So we had cross-correlative data. We knew what the margin error was. If mom's saying we have internet and kid is saying we have internet, then we know we have internet. If mom is saying no and the kid is saying yes, we gotta, but within 1%, in the high 80s, in very high poverty zip codes, in the mid 80s, people were saying, no, we have internet at home. And like, in the face of year over year data, people at our county office and people in our own district were like, well, that just can't be right, because it doesn't match my expectations. And since the internet's not equitable, then we're not going to do it for anyone. So like, we'd been talking about trying to figure out how to bridge that access gap at home forever. And this sort of pushed us into Wi-Fi hotspots for everybody. Suddenly equity gap removed, right? Because we've been sending home Chromebooks with all of our kids except TK, because we had a developmentally appropriate practice concern there. But like, when they can't come to school, you know, it's interesting, the things I find myself reversing course on. Like, I have been vehemently anti-screen monitoring and shutdown software. I feel like a teacher needs to be on their feet, circulating, interacting with kids, not at like a command station, acting like a computer screen prison guard. Yeah. Like, I want a teacher away from their desk. I want them away from the front of the room. I want the child and what kids are doing to be the center of things. But that like doesn't work in remote instruction. Like, oh yeah, we kind of need a way to see what they're, I mean, it's just, so in any case, that was another one of those things. It's like, is this really about equity, or is this that you're afraid you won't be good at it? And here's the other thing is like, it's 2020. Who gets to not be good at technology? You have in your pocket enough computing power to run the Apollo missions. So, right?
Yeah.
Like, and we've effectively privatized near Earth space exploration. The SpaceX launch just happened yesterday as of this conversation. So, you know, Elon Musk and his folks just put 2 American astronauts into low Earth orbit. But it's kind of like math. How many educators excuse themselves out of math? I'm not really a math person. I'm not really a techie person. Like, A, yeah, and it shows across the state, across the country in our math scores. But B, like, you can't not be techie anymore. I feel like I'm probably ranging all over the place, and hopefully this is coherent outside of my head, but like, you can't apply to Target or McDonald's for a job if you can't use a computer anymore.
So I'm
They
glad.
don't take paper applications. So like, you have to create this access, and that is what happened here. It sort of put everybody, like, your comfort zone doesn't mean anything. The kids cannot come to school. Lots of our teachers, understandably so, are like, I don't want to be in that building. I've got parents at home. I've got immune compromised people at home, you know, some real legitimate, very serious health concerns. And when you looked at, you know, we didn't know what it was going to look like in California. We didn't know if we were going to run out of ventilators, and just how it was all handled in the early days. And like, honestly, looking back on it, I'm so proud of being in California, and I'm so proud of how our state leadership has handled it. But all that said, it was like, you have to provide these services. And it was almost like everybody got forced to be shown that they could, that you can do these things, that you as teachers can do it, that our kids can do it, that it was like everybody got forced into the growth mindset of yet. You can't do it yet, #yet, but like, you can, and you will, and you are now. And
Yeah. Well, and so with that, you know, a couple of things, a couple of comments on that one, where it's like, you know, not once in any teacher preparation, teacher credentialing program, whatever it was I physically brought to a copy machine to learn how to use a copy machine. You learn it on the job. That's a piece of technology. Like, you learn it. And if we're expected to learn how to teach a book because it's part of the curriculum, well, then you learn the book inside and out, and you make it happen. Same thing with, you know, using a computer, using whatever. Like, it's not part of prep. Like, you learn it, and you just make it happen, you know. And I think like all of this is pushing this idea of like, how are we preparing our kids to function in a world that doesn't function on worksheets, you know. And I take a look at some of the curriculum, you know, we're doing the best we can, right? But
okay,
well, I'm trying to be, you know,
sure,
you know, you do what you can with the resources that you have. But if all what you're doing, if you're not making progress and improvements along the way, like in March, you did the best that you could, like, let's get something out there, right? But along the way, along the time, there have been opportunities to make things better, to improve, to make that progress. And if all what you're doing is making, like, taking a worksheet and making it into a PDF that the kids can't even access digitally at home for distance learning, like, start leveraging different ways. Because that's even like, I mean, if we're just going to say, you know, SAMR, whatever, that's like just even below the S. Like, you can't even do anything with that PDF. I mean, you might be able to annotate if you've got your extensions or whatever, but it's like, how are we pushing the instruction to go to where instruction should have been like 15, 20 years ago? Like, so that's my issue. Like, if we go back if and when we go back to physical learning or learning in a physical space,
brick and mortar,
to brick and mortar, how are we not going back to past practices? How are we not, like, how are we sustaining new habits, and how are we sustaining the progress we need, that we have made, and to keep making progress? That's my concern.
So I have a really, like, I mean, this will definitely not work in most districts, but I have a really different view of how to do that than I used to have. And that is kind of like, you legislate it. And what I mean by that is you put it in your contract, you make agreements with your associations. You know, that I work in California, which is a union state, and that I used to be in union leadership.
Yeah.
And you don't make them egregious, and and I know that people aren't going to like that, but if you look at an adopter wave, our early adopters were ready to go on this, right? So adopter waves are, I don't remember all the words. I usually remember the last quartile, the last quarter are called like laggards, but let's not use that. So
aren't they Luddites? Laggards?
No, laggards, those who lag behind. Luddites are people who are anti-technology.
Yeah.
Which in this case, yeah. So, but what I'm saying is, even those people, like, everybody's needle's been moved up on this, right? Yeah. So our early adopter, our first wave people were kind of ready to go for this, more or less. Yeah. There's always like unintended, like, oh, I didn't think that would be a thing, or oh, I didn't realize this would be an issue. Then you have your second wave, so your bleeding edge, your early adopters, your latecomers, and then your laggards, something like that. So like that needle's gotten moved over. Everybody like shift over one, clean cut, move down, like Alice in Wonderland. But I think you set minimum expectations around those things. And like, when I talk about this, people in ed tech, people who I respect, people who I learned from are like, well, but when you just, and to me, it's you legislate it and set expectations at the minimums, like what I call mechanical functional expectations, right? So you say, you will use this tool in this way, this many times per week, or this many times per month. You will have this many, blah, blah, blah. And you could say, well, they can just send out worksheets on that. Like, yeah, they can. But remember, you're now you're setting it as a workplace expectation. So it's got to be encompassing of everyone, but also at some point it's like, well, that's not deep in the SAMR letter. Yeah, but I feel like that's probably a side effect of that. Once everybody has the mechanical skills, then I think the natural collaboration, if you have a culture of collaboration and working and trying to drive instruction deeper, which I'm blessed to say that I think we do in my school district, then those things kind of grow naturally. But first you have to set the baseline minimum that everybody has to do at least this. And then what ends up happening in a lot of, if we have to do this, we might as well make it fun. If we have to do this, we might as well make it meaningful, right? Yeah. Because here's the truth, is that the same people who will, even with those expectations, send out PDFs on Seesaw for annotation, or just, do just a Google Forms based quiz, then it won't, like, if you didn't set the minimum that they had to do that anyway, they would just go back to paper. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, right? Yeah. But if we're assuming worst case, then that's the worst case, is they just go back. So at least, and to me, like for us, our two main learning platforms are Google Classroom and Seesaw for Schools. This is hashtag not spawn, as Ari would say, but like Seesaw for Schools admin dashboard is legit. Legit, also a word I picked up from Ari. Where am I going with this? Oh, like the place that I, as the director here, feel like we definitely need to get better is connecting our parents to those platforms, because they will give parents a lot of information. So then that becomes like, then that's your other external pressure, responding to, going through design thinking, responding to user empathy and the needs of your user is like, who are your users? It's really interesting. I just had this very interesting conversation with a director of an independent school, private school. And she said, independent schools is very interesting because your user is not your client. And what she meant was your student is your user, but the parent is the client. So if we bring, and like in an independent school where they can literally take their dollars elsewhere, you really have to think about that. So how are we and we in public education, I think we're really good at going, okay, how best can we serve our students? So I'm going to use that nomenclature: users, clients, users, students, clients, parents.
Yep.
It's always like, how can we best serve our users? Not always. I feel like it's the pervading methodology is how can we best serve our users, and how can we keep our clients happy? Which one is, how can we do the best for our students, and how can we keep our parents from yelling at us? Which is like, what is the minimum to do to not get yelled at? Yeah. Which is a terrible way to operate with parents, but it's also like, does not leverage how you can get those folks on your side. And if we've seen anything in remote learning, it's that, like, since you do not have physical proximity to the child, like, massive portions of your classroom management have to be handed off to who's ever at home. Like, here, you do this. Like, there are so many times, well, mom called and said they're on a Google Meet without any teacher. And I'm like, did you tell them to not do that and to close the Chromebook? I didn't know if I could. I'm like, yeah, you can, like, tell mom that she has the prerogative to do what she feels like is best to do at home. Yeah, of course you have. Yeah, do that. Tell them, like, tell your kid to get off, hang it up. So this is my point, is like, we need to do better so that parent piece, that parent connection, seeing what my kid's doing through Seesaw, through Google Classroom, through Canvas, through whatever your LMS is, or whatever your parent connection piece. So the idea of setting that minimum, you have to do this at the minimum, you have to do that as the minimum as the teacher, you have to use these platforms, and you bring in that, you need to connect a certain amount of your parents, because in our community, at least, the parents will talk to each other. Oh, didn't you know you could be on how did you know that? Oh, it's on Seesaw. You could be on Seesaw, blah, blah, blah. Then, teacher, how do I get connected to Seesaw? Then you build that, and then that becomes the next piece of leverage for our client to say, like, hey, my kid in 4th grade, their teacher does this. You're just sending home quizzes. Why don't you do that? Or they go to the principal and say that.
There's a level of transparency that's come about right now. And I think that's like, I mean, I will totally say that I am a client. And I love that you're laughing.
I don't just work here. I'm also a client.
Yeah. I'm also a client. And like, what's frustrating is that when you have people who don't have experience in this, and you refuse to seek or to accept support and help and advice for free, because as a client, I volunteer, no problem. Like, and I see things happening that I'm just like, really? Why would you do that? If there's a rationale behind it, then explain it to me, no problem, and move on. But if I don't understand why a certain decision is being made, just out of like experience and expertise in this field.
Right, you're not just any client, you're an expert. You're a client with massive expertise. So,
and I don't have a problem asking why. I don't have a problem asking questions. And I know that could be off-putting when
how dare you question us?
When the questions and the answers may not be convenient. Which is interesting.
Or when we have to admit to our clients, because we don't really know what we're doing either here.
Yeah. So.
Or when we have to admit to our parents, because we made a decision and it turns out that decision wasn't good, and now we got to backtrack.
Yeah. And that's okay. Just say that, you know what, we tried this, it didn't work, so we're going to do this. But like.
I mean, that's okay with lots of parents. There are parents who are going to crucify you for that, but.
Why
I
did
mean, those parents are probably going to crucify you regardless. So
yeah. Why did you start in education? Like, how did you get into all of this? Why are you doing this?
I mean, seriously,
Yeah, honestly.
like all the way back to why did I become a teacher, or like
Sure.
why did I get into ed tech?
Yes.
Both of them.
Yep.
Okay. So I mean, I say it all the time, but I don't know how many of my friends actually really sort of get this. Like, I think I'm the only one in ed tech family, which is that Boxer group, who started life as classified. I was a para. I was a sign language aide, a one-on-one sign language aide for a deaf kid who was being mainstreamed. So how did I get into education? Like, honestly, being a teacher was kind of always a backup plan. Like so I think I started when I declared a major in community college and then came into San Francisco State as a French major, because I wanted to get into like travel and be an interpreter and like, you know, it's not like Spanish or Mandarin, but lots of places speak French. But then I got there and it's like all this literature, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to read Les Mis in the original French again because I've read parts of that stupid book over and over again, and it sucks. It's just so massively depressing. I don't care. Just I wish what's his nut would catch John Valjean and just guillotine, end of book. Like, I know I'm not making any friends here. Any case, so while in school, while at San Francisco State, I met a deaf woman who became my friend. Her name's Trina. We're still friends. And I got really massively into sign language and deaf culture and learning about it. And so I was still worked on my history degree, and then I started an AA program for ASL, and I tried to go to Gallaudet University for the grad program, which is a very, very, very competitive. It's the only master's in ASL interp in the country. It was at the time. This would be the late 90s. So because I'm old. So I didn't get into that graduate program twice. And the first time I'm like, yeah, I'm out of my depth. And the second time it really was a surprise. I had somebody from my AA cohort get in, and she went, you're better than me at this. Why did I get in and you didn't? And I'm just like, okay, I'm just not a fit for this program. Mm-hmm. So I went into teaching because at San Francisco State, the history degree track had a teaching specialty. So like the classes you took made sure you didn't have to take the test, that you cleared it with coursework.
Yeah.
For the credential. So then I at the same school district I was in, West Contra Costa Unified, I went from that to they had an intern program. So I went into alt ed for like my first 2 or 3 years. Then I at about year 5, just really horrible leadership at the school I was in. And I don't just mean site leadership, I mean my department chair was like, yeah, whatever. And so I left and went to Fairfield, which really kind of kept me in education. Like if I didn't find another school to teach at, another district to work in, I was going to leave education and just find something else to do. Yeah. And then while at that, Fairfield Sassoon kind of saved me in education. And I was at a really fantastic middle school called Crystal Middle with an amazing teacher community who had been under state sanction, and instead of becoming divided and hateful of each other, like all rallied together. And it was just such an amazing and fun place to work. Series of, one principal gets promoted, another retires, the third one, her name's Kristen Witt. She's currently the director of secondary education in Fairfield Sassoon. Always kind of a leader and at the forefront of things. And she's like, hey, they want to put in like iPads and Apple TVs and big TVs and takeaway projectors. And like, do you want to do that? And I'm like, yeah, I like playing with electronics. And that turned into, for like a year, it was like all the other teachers who had it's not working and blah, blah, blah. At the same time, we were shifting over to Google. Like we had this old mail client called Novell GroupWise, which everyone called Group Stupid. Which mostly because like people like, I think reply all was its default setting. So we were always on the email.
How many days have you gone
Yeah.
without reply all?
Yeah. Yeah, big sign at work, like 7 days, reply all free. So I'd already been using all the G Suite stuff. So I'm like, oh, this is so cool, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then the EdTech TOSA position got created,
Okay.
and I got on that and found that, because I'd always, like, I was helping teachers in the front office and all that with not only the iPad stuff, but with the Google stuff. And like, I was probably in the second wave of the Gmail invites. I got a Gmail account, so I've been a Google fanboy from
2000.
the OG days. Huh?
Yeah, like 2004.
Yeah,
Right.
something
Yeah.
like that.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I started drinking the Kool-Aid then too.
So I was like, oh, you can do this and you can do that and blah, blah, blah. And then I became a TOSA, and that was supposed to be, I mean, that had a term limit. And I was into the end of my term limit, and then this job came up here. And the woman I worked for, who's now the director of curriculum and instruction and assessment and professional development, her name's Dr. Melissa Farrar. I can't remember all her titles. She has a really long title. She was, at the time when I worked for, the assistant director of EdTech and professional development in Fairfield Sassoon. She's still there. She's still amazing. She's like, you can totally do this job. I'm like, but what about the budget? She's like, can you balance a checkbook? Then you can do this. And so, you know, I went off and wanted to build the program I wanted to work in. And that's not a criticism of her at all. And I know she wouldn't take it that way. Just like, you know, if San Francisco is a large district, and I consider Alisal a small district, although we're probably a small medium district when I look around the state, you know, we're 8,800 kids, like Fairfield was 25,000 kids. And it was a large enough organization that was going to be hard to change and steer that ship.
Yep.
1,200 teachers, you know, Alisal's 400 teachers. And also it was like building that department. Like I came in, you know, I used to say, like, we live in the house that Ben built, Ben Cogswell. And honestly, like, that my position probably exists because Ben told them, like, he was one TOSA for 400 teachers for 12 schools. And he's like, either you hire a director, and he was sort of under the special ed director because Gary likes technology. So, but he basically just told Ben, yeah, here, I'll just sign everything. You make it happen. And I think Ben just had like, look, you either hire me some admin support or like I quit. I'm going back to the classroom. And if memory serves, Ben didn't want to be an administrator. And the fact that he's left his TOSA position, gone back to become like an amazing kindergarten teacher, sort of a testament to that Ben was like, no, I want to be covered in glitter and little kid hugs and stuff. Like, he's just, and now he gets to wear a spaceman helmet all the time. So, I mean, he seems to be very happy. They don't let me wear a spaceman helmet in director meetings. Really? It's frowned upon. So he might not like that as much. So then that's what happened. And that's how I got here. That's like the most brief version of how this came here.
Are you happy?
I mean, in what way?
Are you happy?
No. I mean, professionally, yeah. We've had a lot of upheaval too lately. You know, beyond everybody's regular upheaval. But I really feel like even with the cuts that I know that are coming, we've built a strong enough skeleton in my department that even with the cuts that I know that have to come, we can maintain our core functionality of supporting teachers, which everything we do is based around, you know, like, I know I got about a decade on you, but did you ever watch like reruns of The $6 Million Man?
No, it never intrigued me. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so in the intro, it's like, we can make him better, stronger, faster. Like my core belief in that drives us in around professional development is kind of goes back to when you know better, you can do better. It's like you build a better teacher. Better teachers lead to better student outcomes, right? More well-prepared, better trained teachers who have more tools at their command. And like, you can ask my teachers, they hear me all the time. I'm not in the business of telling adults what to do, not generally speaking. When it came to like, can we use Zoom instead of Google Meet? Then I was in the business of telling grown-ups what to do. Like, no, you may not. It's not, we don't have parent signatures, blah, blah, blah. I still feel like we made the right decisions regarding security and student data privacy on that. Generally speaking, I want to equip teachers with tools, not make them use the tool that I say is best.
Yeah.
But what I also don't want to do is like, when your kids were little, when they had all the like plastic hand tools, and they like wanted to pick up 3 and they wanted to use everything, and you're like, there's nothing for the screwdriver here. Don't use that, sweetie. You only need the hammer and the saw. But I want to use this. Like, I know it's cool. The auger's fun, but it only does one thing.
Yeah, it's not
right. So that's the other thing, is to sort of keep teachers to core functionality, and to like, they will rush into stuff and then they want to share it, and then their colleagues get overwhelmed. So like, that's been our other job during this, is like managing the overwhelm. We've been very specific, and I've even, gently chided, I would say, people about like, hey, this list of 28 tools is great, but we're really pushing these 4, and some of this functionality is duplicated. But also, just even giving people a list of 28 things when they're already here, like, contributes to the overwhelm. Oh my God, so-and-so is saying this, and now here's 28 more things I have to figure out how to use. Like, no. So, but all that to say, like, our driving, like, our mission is you build a better teacher, you have better student outcomes. More highly trained teachers can be better for their users. That's like, and if you don't believe that, to me, if you don't believe that, oh, well, that's not what's going to lead to better outcomes. Like, then why do we need teachers? Like, they are the fulcrum of that lever, to me. Like, they're the most important piece there.
Professionally, you're happy. You like what you're doing.
Yeah. Going back to the whole thing about being an ambivert, having one whole side being neglected, like, not happy about that. Not happy about this weather, which I know seems, it's one more thing, right? It's super cloudy. Here, let me bring up my weather app.
We've got,
and all my Central Valley people.
There you go,
64. Oh, the green screen is it's 64 in Salinas. And cloudy.
It's cloudy.
And it's going to remain. Anyway, it's, I don't think I have seasonal affective disorder, but I think, like, when your mood's already not great, when you can't be outside, like, not that I'm going to go protest that I want to go to Fridays or get a haircut, because that's just stupid. But that's right, I said it. But last weekend we had a lot of sunshine, and I think, and it was very nice. It was nice to be outside and to not have to be, like, as you know, since my surgery, I get cold very easily. I used to never get cold at all, and now I'm cold all the time here. So, yeah. What about you? Are you happy?
I'm happy doing this. I think, I had reached out when all of this was starting, and I'm like, hey, would you be up for talking, not, and again, like, not the interview, but like having that conversation and all of that. And you're like, yeah, not now. Are you nuts? I said, no, like, at some point. And then, that some point is now. It didn't happen. And whatever, for whatever the reason, right? It's like, there's never a right time to do anything or to start anything, or, and it was like, no, I needed that happiness. It's not that I was, like, not happy, But this has now sparked that level of happiness that I've needed on top of just feeling okay, feeling fine. And I love that I can do this. So this makes me happy. And I haven't been writing for a really long time, and I've wanted to write, and I have so many different things just drafted. They just need to be built out. And so like that sparked, it's like that intrinsic spark just got lit up. And like yesterday, or this whole week, I've just been like sitting and writing and just, and again, it's not like I'm looking for credit or like, woo, look what Mattis is doing, but like, I'll write it, I'll put it onto my website, and whoever wants to read it can read it, and it's totally fine. And that makes me happy. And so I love that. So like personally, I'm happy. Professionally, I love how much I've been able to like build up my skill sets in this past year. And really broaden my horizons and solidify what I've been doing and to gain more experience. And so that makes me happy to be able to like more like to prove it to myself that I can do something. And that makes me happy. So yeah, as long as it's not last year, like that's kind of like what I've been using as a litmus test.
Like everybody else is saying 2020 is terrible, and you're like, no, for me 2019 was really the suck.
Yeah. I mean, and I hate why all of this is happening. I hate it. I think this is like, it's sad. But I really appreciate not having the pressure of having to go out. Like I always felt like I had to, make an excuse of like why I couldn't go somewhere. Even though like Emily Post says that you don't have to give a reason why you're declining an invitation. Whatever. I don't know why I know that, but I do. And now it's like, nope, not going or not doing something or whatever. It's like, not that I even have the option,
not that anybody's asking.
But yeah. Not that anybody's asking, because it's like, there's not even an opportunity to go anywhere.
Because they're not going anywhere either. And if they are, they're highly suspect.
But like, I feel like when the doors open up again, I don't feel like I have to give an excuse why why I'm not going to go someplace. And like, I'm okay not going to, 5 or 6 different kid birthday parties every weekend. And I'm almost thinking like, are we able to come back to, why are we having a 6-year-old birthday party with like 50 people? Like, as if the kid's going to remember, like they're loving these cupcake Zoom parties or whatever. And I get, we need friends. We need to socialize. The kids need friends, right? They need to be around people. But like, how much pressure has, and I don't want to say society because that generalizes way too much. And I'm not in the business to generalize, but like, how much pressure have parents implicitly placed on each other to say, oh, well, you've got goodie bags for this party? It's like, no, I've never done a goodie bag in my life. I think it's a waste of money. I think it's a waste of plastic. Like, we don't need it. And I never did. But that's like, oh, should I have? Because there's an expectation and I'm going to get judged if I don't put a goodie bag together. Like, you
said society. I'm like, it's Pinterest. I knew where you were going with the whole mom thing because I'm friends with enough moms with little kids. I'm like, it's Pinterest. It's all these pain in the ass, attention seeking, look at me, Pinterest moms who are way too crafty.
I can't. Like, I can't even bake brownies out of a box.
I mean, I've eaten your food. You can make food.
Oh, I can make food. There's a difference between me making like an amazing rack of ribs, which by the way, are not as good as that barbecue place that you took me to that one time.
Okay.
Whatever. That was really good. But like, I can cook. I'm actually kind of proud of myself with that one. And I'm not going to hide behind a curtain saying, oh, I don't know. Like, no, I can cook. When it comes to cooking, I can cook. Baking is a different technique that I just haven't gotten. And I'm not saying like, this is now going to sound like, oh, I'm not techie or I'm not a math person. Like, no, I mean, like if I need to make a thing of brownies, fine, no problem. But I will say, like, I just haven't mastered the whole like baking
No,
of things. I have
my
a
mom says,
banana.
my mom says the same thing. The things she can bake, she bakes really, really well. But like, she's an improvisational cook, and just like everything turns out amazing.
Yeah,
But baking is chemistry, and like you
it's
can't just
nice.
you can't wing it. It just won't work.
Yeah, no. Like I've been talking to a friend of mine who's also jumped on the whole like bread making bandwagon, and
I love how the pandemic has brought carbs back to everybody. By the way,
God, I love bread now because you know, like I would do like the no bread, no booze kind of thing.
wait,
And
you did a no booze thing?
I did like it was like a Monday through Thursday or like a Sunday through Thursday. Like I would do like a no bread, no booze thing during the week, and then like come Thursday through like it was like I will have my sourdough bread, my French bread, my brie.
I will have a bread bowl filled with beer.
That was me. That was like, give me the Alfredo sauce on the thing of spaghetti, put it into a sourdough bowl, and I'm happy, you know, like, and it was great. But now it's like, so anyway, so I got myself a bread maker and like the French bread, I can do a really good like buttermilk oat honey bread. It's really good with like some fresh preserves on it.
You just said like a bunch of different ingredients and then bread, like that's a thing. I have a really good buttermilk, honey, oat, coriander, dragonfly wings,
Bread. Yeah.
fava bean bread. That I mean, like that's not a thing. You're just saying things now.
So good. But I actually have a machine because I know, like I've tried the whole like no knead bread, and you put it in a bowl and then you cover it and you let it sit out at room temperature and blah blah blah. And here, like it didn't do anything because the temperature, my room temperature, is not actually the room temperature that you really need. So the machine is great. It's like a set it and forget it kind of thing. I love it, right? Crock pot it all the way for the bread. My friend has totally jumped on the bread wagon too, but she lives like 20 minutes north where her room temperature is actually like warm and hot, and you could actually leave your bread out to rise. So she doesn't even have a machine. She does like the whole like, okay, it's been 40 minutes. I need to go like knead the bread a little bit more. And she's like, oh, you could do it. And I'm like, well, okay, but I don't know where but like, so with that kind of baking, like I've tried both ways, with the machine and without the machine. And I think it's just like the different variables here that like it's not happening without the machine, but the machine works. So anyway, with all of this, you know, to your question, like, am I happy? Yeah, I'm actually happy. It reminds me of grad school days where I get to set the hours to work when I'm most productive.
So are you working from home? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Mm.
I coughed because I had to clear my voice, not because I had the COVID. Just saying.
I mean, yeah. I don't know if you know this, but it's not transmittable over Zoom. So even if you did, no me importa.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been work from home, not considered essential because I changed roles in November, December, January, whatever it was. So I'm not doing what I was doing for like however many years, 4 or 5 years. So I've had the privilege to work from home. And what's interesting is like my core group of people who I am working on this project on with are like all over the country. And so even if I were in the office, we'd still be sitting on video calls.
Yeah.
So I'm lucky in the sense of like, I'm not on like this dictated, you know, oh, you have to be in the office during these hours kinds of thing. It's like, I'm working totally the hours that I need to be working, but it's like, I work knowing me, like I work better at like the 6 a.m. hour. I really do. I can't.
I am, my most productive is post lunch.
Yeah, I'm like, my wall hits when it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's because you start at 6 like a lunatic.
Well, yeah, hi. You know, that's me. Thanks.
Yeah, it's funny that you say like you won't feel the need to go all those places, and then you explain it. It's funny, like we have friends who I don't think they post all that stuff on Pinterest, but who are that kind of crafty and capable and of all that stuff. But they've almost all expressed that they feel that pressure from Pinterest, and but then you talked about like not going places, and I'm just going to say no because I don't want to. You know, I don't know if you watched the show Arthur. It's like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. And then the other character goes, can't or won't. And the first person goes, either, both. It's just like, it's the same thing. Like I cannot, you know, we schedule our days off. We calendar our days off. And I'm like, I still have 3 days at the end of June.
Yeah.
Right. What am I going to do? Part of me hopes that like some of the travel's lifted because I really want to go see my parents. But
how are you doing? What's family?
I mean, it's really interesting. My mom and I both kind of went from when it was first starting to crack off, kind of just hearing cursory things and going, oh, it doesn't sound like it's that bad. People are kind of overreacting, to then really paying attention and both sort of swinging the other way.
Yeah.
And becoming like ridiculously vigilant about all the things.
Yeah.
So I think they're doing, you know, well as they can, as can be expected. My mother, you know, she and I just had a conversation where she's like, and I mean what I'm about to say in the most positive way, but I look at my mom and I'm like, oh, that's what my future is going to be like, because in so many ways, like my ridiculous work ethic, my like career comes first and all that sort of stuff, which, you know, might explain why I'm living by myself. Like she never really retired. So she retired and probably like looked retired for about a year. Then she started a jewelry business, and then she started community theater, and then she started directing community theater. And now she's the head of her community theater. And now for her housing, for like shorthand, I'll call it her HOA. She's like on the long-term planning committee and like figuring out how to market the community to younger boomers who are not retired yet and older millennials and or older Xers and blah, blah, blah. And like, she's on probably more, because I still go to the office. Yeah. She's on as many or more video calls in a week than I am, and retired. And they're not like say hi to my grandson video calls. They're like legit work calls. They're like, so I was talking to so-and-so who's in charge of marketing. I'm like, okay. So that just means like, I'm going to work till I'm dead. But you know, I mean, I think they're okay. They're okay health-wise. She has had a few health bumps. He's had a few health bumps that come with their age. My mom, she'll never see this, so I'll go ahead and say she had her 75th birthday in April. And my dad's about 6, 7 years older than her. So, you know, there's all the regular stuff that goes with that. And then like golf is his exercise, but he can't exactly golf. So now it's just walking the dog, and, you know, it just is what it is, right? I mean, but now, yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, they're okay. My sister's okay. My sister is immune compromised. And so she's very like, it's not it's not my nephew I'm worried about going back to some sort of school. But they were in an independent school, and they're talking like, oh, well, like, I think one of her teachers said something like we're just opening up normally in the fall because this is all silliness anyway, which that might have been more than she wanted me to disclose. But like, no matter where he goes, if he comes home, right? So I'm talking like, you know me, I've not for a long time been a fan of charters, especially the for-profit and chain charters, because I don't think that that's the original purpose that charters were invented.
Yeah.
In fact, I know it isn't. Charters were invented by some special ed people who were like, we could do this better if we were left to our own devices. And then it got appropriated by people with other agendas. So I've been suggesting like an online charter, and not, you know, because like going back, yeah, the kids need social interaction and all that, but like, she is immune compromised, so that's not okay, right? So, and that's the thing is, and going back to the whole, like, remember, these are all communal acts. The masks are communal acts. They're not for you, it's for everyone around you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, so going back to the June thing, like at the end of June, if depending on what's considered safe, like, you know, I would really like to go visit my parents. And I would really like to, I have a friend in Arkansas who might be moving to Kentucky, but, and then a friend, some friends in other places, like one in St. Louis, one in Georgia, and that's, you know, kind of a lot of travel for a 5-day weekend. So it's obviously not all going to happen all at the same time, but, yeah, I think that, you know, I've been finding other things to spend my money on. So it's not like I've been saving all the money I'm not spending on gas and travel and all that. But like, I cannot wait to be able to go see folks. I mean, I will say that I feel like I've become tighter and closer on a social level with some of my colleagues.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a plus, right? I mean, it's definitely a plus. But like, if you think about, I mean, I don't know about you, but the people, you know, you and I on the conference circuit, like that's when we see our people. Well, that's when I see my people, right? And that conference circuit's just dead now. So like, you know, there was no spring queue in March. Like, I was, up until they canceled it, I was like, it'll be fine. It will be fine. Because literally the week before, beginning of March, the first week of March, when we were first starting to hear in the States, when people were first starting to talk about it, before any of the shelter in place orders, but, you know, New York was already starting to get kind of hard hit. I was in LA for an RTM conference, the RTM-CIO Congress. Yeah, RTM's a professional group. It was like sessions, but it's also like, so if you don't know this going into it, you could be sort of taken aback, but it's like they don't pay for travel, but they pay for the hotel, and the thing's free, and all the meals are free. And basically it's because half of each day you like, you tell them like what you're interested in professionally, like what you're trying to accomplish in your work. And they set you up appointments with vendors, which people are like, oh, I don't like the vendor thing. I'm like, you're crazy. I really like the vendor thing. And here's why. Because instead of you interrupting my day with your calls and your emails as a vendor, we're all in the same place and we know what we're here for.
Yeah, there's a purpose.
Plus I got to, you know, see some things, some products and services. And plus there's like the other half of the day is actually learning. Like, I learned a lot about, so the difference between, like, there's cybersecurity and cyber safety. There's another term. Cybersecurity is sort of the edge, is like the wall around the edge, like stopping intruders from the inside. And then like cyber safety is how are the people within your domain behaving?
Right.
So one is the outside wall, the protective layer, the chocolate outer coating.
Yeah. Like the firewall.
Right. The firewall, the content filter, the password protection, the malware protection. But then you have all the cyber safety stuff, which is like who's paying attention to what your kids write in Gmail or in their email and in their Google Docs to make sure they're not threatening self-harm and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right, keeping kids, like keeping everybody on the inside safe from a social emotional standpoint, and like looking for the counseling sort of
so something where like it pulls like certain words and phrases trigger the system.
And there's more than one system that does it, but yeah, basically. So there are services which do what's called scrape, and they either scrape email, or they look at each email as it goes in and out. We're only elementary, so our kids don't have email. Or they scrape their Google Drive, and they're looking for keywords and phrases. And some of the services, it's all deep AI and machine learning, and other services, it's lighter AI, but then it's a human looking at the context of those things and trained people making those value judgments and then alerting other humans. So,
I mean, wouldn't that be considered privacy issues?
I mean, not if you get your parents to agree to it. I mean, none of that can be done without
parents having to like make the decision. Like, isn't that just like a...
No, I mean, this is one of those things where I like, in our context, I'm talking about kindergartners to sixth graders.
Yeah.
And I want somebody paying attention to, like, people think elementary kids don't make threats of self-harm.
Oh, they totally
do.
Oh, they totally do.
They do. And like, this whole other philosophical thing. People are like, oh, we don't want to open up this internally. So like, we don't have Google Hangouts open for kids, and I'm fine with that. However, there is an argument that says if they go outside of your domain onto WhatsApp or whatever, right? You have no control and you can't monitor. And these are kids. These are minors.
Yeah.
And even if parents do know how to monitor, that's like a full-time job, right? So does a kid's privacy, and this is always the safety security trade-off, right? Safety and security is always traded for privacy and freedom. Always, in every context, right? So for you to have ultimate privacy and freedom, it needs to be almost nearly, the regulation has to be super low, but then your freedom, where does your freedom start to infringe on somebody else's freedom and privacy and blah, 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 right?
Well, and so right. And I also...
So that's the larger thing. And then the sort of in the particulars, it's like, when a fifth grader is telling another fifth grader, I want to hurt myself or I want to kill myself, I want a service or something monitoring it. It's the same thing in mandated reporting. If a kid tells you, well, I'll tell you this, but you can't tell anybody, like, no.
I'm obligated. So, but here's the other argument though, Josh, like, yes, I think about like digital citizenship, right? And all of that. And it's, you leverage the school to teach and raise awareness and to educate not just the students but the staff and even like the families, right? But there's only so much that a school can do to protect and monitor, because like you said, you leave the domain, you leave the school, and these kids are going to go out into the real world. And so how are we like not 100% sheltering the kids when they're at school, but like teaching them how to be smart when they're outside of school? Because, they're going to go out there onto like WhatsApp and TikTok and everything else, and they're going to expose themselves. And then it's like coming back to the school, and it's like, if it's like sending a kid off to college, which I know is like weird right now to say that, but it's like, if you've sheltered your kids so much,
sending a kid to their room to get on a video call to college,
but like if you're a household that has totally sheltered your kid,
But here's the difference.
all along, and then all of a sudden they're like out in college and they're getting exposed to like all these different things, and then they're trying everything and they get screwed up because they haven't learned along the way.
I follow you, but I think that's a false dichotomy. So here's what I think is, in my mind, the analogy to me is training wheels. So we let them have these communications and we monitor, we do all the digital, right? This isn't an either or. We do all the digit training and teaching of both parents and students that we can.
Yeah.
That is instilling values in your kid as they grow up, with the hopes that when they go to college, they still observe those values, knowing that they're in their late teens, early 20s, and that humans in their late teens and early 20s are like totally experimental and are going to do what they're going to do anyway. But here's my point. It's training wheels, right? Mm-hmm. So my hope is that if you have a service or an ability to monitor that, you let the kids do it in, let's say, the walled garden, and you're not, see, to me, cutting it off altogether to say, oh, they're going to do this on some other thing and they're going to have to learn that sometime, that is releasing them with no training and no protection, right? So you think about training wheels. Mm-hmm. So training wheels, letting your kids do that and monitoring, that's a training wheel. And then what happens is you teach them the right way to do things, but when a kid threatens self-harm, if it's on your system, and I know I keep going to that, or if a kid is cyberbullying, if it's on your system, you can intervene mm-hmm. and get that kid the help. The intervention is the training wheels. Mm-hmm. That's the protection. So hopefully next time they're feeling despair and wanting to hurt themselves, they understand they have other channels to do that. Mm-hmm. The same thing with cyberbullying. That's the training wheels. It becomes a teachable moment. Yes, it might be a punishable moment, which is unfortunate. Depends on the extent of the cyberbullying and any harm done to another child or other children. Mm-hmm. But that's where you go like, hey, here's why this was not okay. If they're out doing it on a system that can't be monitored, Facebook, WhatsApp, Snapchat, TikTok, blah, 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 then there's no way to monitor and there is no teachable moment. Right. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So to me, it's like, yeah, you don't put a kid on a bicycle on Market Street for their first time.
Yeah.
That's not, and you certainly don't put them on California Avenue, right? Like that's advanced biking, where they've gotten a lot of training and a lot of help and a lot of all that sort of stuff. So to me, that's what that is. And in terms of that kind of privacy, so then there becomes this other thing where like the reason I think a lot of those services get shut down internal to a domain, even if they're possible, is because, well, if it happens on our system, we're responsible for it and we just don't want to be responsible for it. And I mean, I think that's valid too, because, you know, I don't know, how old is Facebook now? It's 10, 15?
14, 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe your kids will be able to effectively raise kids with social media, but it's not a thing you grew up with. It's not a thing I grew up with. Yeah. So we weren't parented with that.
Right.
So again, going back to, we tend to teach how we were taught. We tend to parent how we were parented, unless we're making like a specific swing in an opposite direction. Like, I'm not going to do what my mom or my dad did. Right. But like, nobody has a good model for it. So right now, well, I don't know what to do here. And you guys are the ones with the systems. You're supposed to be teachers and educators, and you have technology in your title. So you should be able to know what you're doing. So it's your responsibility.
Well, and I can appreciate that. I can understand that. But even when like you're totally brand new and you're learning along the way, and we're all learning in this together, somebody somewhere has done it already. You know, like somebody had recently said, oh, well, you know, we were like one of the first ones to do whatever it was. I can't even remember. And I sat back and I'm like, but is that a good thing? Like, I'd rather have somebody do something once, twice, 3, 4 times, like, you know, and learn from each other. And then by the time it comes to me, I'm like, oh, awesome. I know, you know, lessons learned and people have experience. And I turn to those people who've done it before me and ask them, one, what did you try? What worked? What didn't work? And what can I learn from you about it? rather than, me saying, okay, well, we've never done it. We know we need to do it. So we're going to just like wing it. I don't, all of what I'm saying right now doesn't even sound coherent as it's coming out of my mouth, but it's like, it makes sense.
Oh, it does. It makes sense to me. And to me, those are,
so like what I'm trying, like, pride yourself on being the first and being the pioneer, and that's great, but also then understand as a pioneer that how you've pioneered is probably not the best way to do it, because you are the first and you have to learn along the way, and then you need to make improvements along the way. You can't just say, oh, we've done it and now we're just going to keep doing it the way we've been doing it. Like,
but how many people or organizations actually do that, who are first to something and then don't iterate?
There might be, out of convenience.
Oh, fair enough. I was thinking that it's so, but here's what, so I was thinking like, oh, you're talking about Google versus Apple, right? Google always rolls something first. They roll out quickly and they iterate. So they come out fast and hard with a new feature. It's like 65 to 75% done. Then they polish, they get user feedback, they see what breaks, then they fix, break, fix, break, fix, break, and they sort of guide. Apple, like, very rarely, like, Apple wasn't first to fingerprint ID or Face ID. They wait for everybody to screw up and see what the problems are, and then they do it like we'll wait 2 years, watch you all screw it up, and then we'll show you how all it is to be done. But here's the thing. What you get being first out of the gate is you usually get to guide the conversation and you get to frame the context. Like, and that's why like being the first to do something is, because of what you said, everybody who comes behind you will tend to build off the framework that you've set up. So if you're really conscious and intentional about, we're going to be the first to do it, whether it's in our region or in the world or whatever it is, like, or this is going to be the first time, here are all the considerations, here's what's really important, here's what we need to make sure is right, and then we roll out with that, and then it kind of locks people into, okay, well, this is kind of how what this looks like and how this is supposed to look. Like, and where a place where Apple actually led on that was with iPhone. And then everybody who came after, like, it is so deeply ingrained in the DNA of a smartphone interface that, like, you remember a couple years into Android, Apple sued Samsung and Google for stealing the UI and features of the UI and for stealing sort of features. But it's so deeply ingrained in everybody's idea of how a smart mobile device interface should look. It should be a screen with colorful squares on it that represent icons of applications. It didn't have to look like that.
Right.
I mean, it could have looked a number of different ways. It's so hard to conceive of that because that's what we're all used to now, but Apple framed that idea. And so that's what you get as being.
If you are a pioneer and you know you're going to be the first to do it and the first to be out there, one, obviously, like, just be prepared to get scrutinized and criticized because, whatever. But the second thing is then be so conscious and so thoughtful and so strategic as possible, and even iterate and make those improvements before you even go live with your pioneering, because then if there will be people who will then follow your framework and your thinking and will want to build off of it and learn from you and learn from those mistakes and those people who've criticized you, but then, like, do it well before you even launch as a pioneer and be thoughtful about it. Cause, like,
well, and again,
like, don't just do it just to be the first.
Right. I don't think so.
And I'm not talking about, like, I'm just saying just in general. Like,
no, I get that. But there is a thing, like, you're talking about sort of perfecting and being intentional and iterating before you release it and get it out into the world. And then the other part of that is like, well, but we can only predict what our users are going to want so much. And at some point, we just need to accept it's not going to be perfected until we see what the actual use cases are.
Absolutely. Well, right. Like, you'll launch and you'll still have to make improvements and make changes and all that even after you've launched it. But even prior to the launch, like, put in your homework, put in your time before it gets released. don't just do something haphazardly, you know, be aware, you know, to say, okay, what's good enough, you know, because you'll never get it perfect, because you will have to end up making changes along the way with feedback and everything. But like, yeah, I mean, sometimes I see things happening and I'm like, did you put any thought into this before putting it out there? Like, did you actually think that this was a good idea? I mean, if you did, I'm really hoping that there were like some really expert minds who helped you make that decision. But, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Can we pause for a second? Because I really have to use the bathroom. I'm having a hard time concentrating.
Am I allowed to like restart the recording and have it pick up where we left off?
I don't know. But if you're gonna post this anywhere, you just edit this part out. Or like leave this part of the conversation, but then when I get up, you cut that out. And you put in like a little title card in the middle. Josh went to pee.
Oh, I can do that. You need to teach me how to do that, because I'm not good. I don't have enough experience with video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because everything you do is live. You're like, I'm not recording anything. It's live. Right. It either goes out this way or it doesn't go out at all. I don't do second takes. All right, I'll be right back.
You get up and I'm going to get up. So we'll do like a bio break and then I'll cut this out when we have to.
Or we'll leave it and it'll just be weird.
Okay.
Baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle?
Woohoo! So you're sporting, hi, and
Hi.
we're back.
And we're back. Well, we're almost back.
We're almost back.
I'm sporting a what?
So, hang on, I got a little snack. I'm going to cut all this out.
My favorite podcasts are the ones where they keep going, I'm going to cut all this out, and then they don't.
And then we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you're sporting a Google hoodie.
Yeah.
Is that like product placement?
Well, no, because I think it's been out of frame most of the time.
I'm not cutting this out. I'm actually like...
This interview not brought to you by Google, the merch store.
It's hard for me not to be biased when when it comes to using Google. Like, it's such an easy product, and it's intuitive. And I think, like, so when you were saying how, when Google releases its products, it's not 100% polished, because they know they're going to be getting user feedback and making it cleaner and better. But what I appreciate, and then you get, I hear people say, well, but it's not as robust of a product as, another product is and all that. And I think about how, there are other platforms that release all of their features all at once. And then as a user, you don't even know all what you can possibly use because there's so much. And it wasn't like this slow release of like feature by feature by feature that Google does. And that's what I actually like about Google, because I know about the different features that are out there because it's a slow release, and they like strategically get the user to get acclimated to all what's offered, and so that you can then over time make it robust. And like with all of what's been going on, what I want to give props to Google is like, you've listened to the teachers, and I think the one frustration is that like they don't release features fast enough, and now they've like released what we've been wanting and asking for, and it's like finally like we're able to like do what we really have been waiting for. So
it's interesting. There's no thing that you just said that I disagree with, like even remotely. I just read this really yeah, there's nothing in there that I disagree with.
With me, I'm like something.
No, I mean, I don't, there's, you are implying that their slow feature release is like intentional, as though it's all on their roadmap and they've just been waiting to do it. So in some form of user sympathy. Yeah. And I don't think that's true. I think that they have like, okay, this is a serviceable, like, let's just talk about docs, right? Let's go back to the old days. Google Docs is like, okay, this is a working web-based collaborative word processor. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles. And like the classic anti-word, like people in, the Microsoft folks will go like, Google Docs, it doesn't have, 80% of these features. And the Docs people will fire back. It's like, and 90% of users don't use those 80%, you jackass. It's feature bloat that one person needs. And that's why we have add-ons. So I don't have to have crap that I don't need, right? So
yeah.
So there's that. But it was this really interesting article about that between, and I haven't used O365. So I will say that I, between the two, that they're getting so close to each other.
Yeah.
Microsoft Word, that it's almost just like what you're used to. And the fact that there's this really interesting article in a British online thing. He even said like, the design language of, he goes, Word, Docs, Pages, and then he mentioned Pages, which is Apple's word processor. And he mentioned this other one. Oh, he was talking, he's like, they're all pretty much like the design language, how it's set up. It's all based on this idea, this skeuomorphic, it's still a piece of paper with ribbons at the top. And like, it's all based because in the 80s and 70s, it was because this was going to be printed, but how much of this is just not printed anymore? And nobody's going past that. But what he was talking about was, I think it's Dropbox has a thing called paper.
Okay.
And then he's like, and then there's Airtables, which answers, he's like, oh, I think it was a she actually. She goes, and this, which said like, what if we broke away from the idea of being on paper in the first place? And what if and this tool, which answers the question, what if we brought, these two functionalities together? And then Airtables, which answers the question, what if we wanted to do word processing, spreadsheets, and slides, while on LSD? Seriously, I don't know anybody who can use Airtables. But basically that the big ones, Pages, Docs, Word, are all kind of, that they're creeping so close together that the arguments are over minutia, over smaller and smaller things. And that there's these smaller niche tools, which just have taken sort of radical departures, and they won't fulfill your sort of basic word processor needs, but like that's not what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas Docs is kind of trying to be the one word processor to rule them all, or Word is, and the idea that, you know, Docs looks a lot like Word, and that's on purpose. So it was easy for people to migrate. I think, what do I think? I think that, yes, I haven't worked in an O365 environment. So I wonder if it's all integrated the same way. I've heard some of the Microsoft Collab stuff has caught up. It's so funny. Like, I was in a conversation on Facebook where somebody's like, yeah, you know, was one ed tech presenter was teaching another. It's like, yeah, you know, everyone hold on while he reaches back to his 2014, you know, core magic of Google Docs. And then I'm like, yeah, but people still don't use those functions to their maximum effect. People still don't use just the commenting and collab. They still don't use blah, blah, blah. So, you know, even that, like a fully online, and that's the other thing is in the same breath, it was sort of like, as we transition more and more to web-based stuff, unless you are a niche sort of user. But yeah, it's almost like the devotees become even more zealous because we're more comfortable in it. And, you know, ultimately what I would really like is, I mean, it's funny, I really like all of my personal hardware, all of my professional hardware is all Mac, but I don't run any of their productivity software. It's all Google stuff. And people are like, you're such a massive Google fanboy. Why don't you run Android? And I'm like, because iPhone. Right?
It's the iPhone. And then like, I was even thinking, I mean, because
and how just all the iOS, Mac OS stuff just all works together.
Yeah.
It's just like flawless. Like, so this is a weird place that I'm about to go to from starting with Google is so amazing. And it is. But the one thing Google has done terribly that Apple did really, really well, at least in the US, is like part of the reason a lot of people won't leave iPhone is because of iMessage. And it's just this amazing, robust, really functional, and it's the native messaging app and you have to use it and blah, blah, blah. And in Android, they didn't do that. They let Samsung bring in their own. They didn't make Google Hangouts. And then like also, so like, let's look at the fractured shit show that has been the Android Google based messaging. It's Google Hangouts, which is kind of going away, but then it isn't. Then now it's Google Hangouts Meet and Google Hangouts Chat, where they do the thing where they kind of keep using the same name, but just to keep it confusing. Then it was Allo. Did you ever use Allo?
No, I signed up for Allo, and then there's Duo and all this other stuff.
So Allo was, if Google had insisted that Allo had to be installed and be the default messenger app, Allo was basically designed and was effective at being an iMessage rival. And the great thing about Allo, which finally made me start liking it over iMessage, is to use iMessage on the web. Yeah. I have to be on a Mac. I have to be on Apple hardware.
You do.
With Allo, it was fully web-based, but it was fully secure. Like the first time you put it on a new machine, you had to scan from the phone app with a QR to make sure that it was you. So like you could be on anything. And then they killed it because people weren't using it. Duo is a FaceTime competitor, and Duo is actually doing pretty well, but it's a FaceTime competitor. Yeah. But Allo was so good. It was like images and GIFs came up on it, full column width. You could have these fun backgrounds, and like, it was so cool. I loved it so much. And then when they deprecated it, it's just like, they cannot get their stuff together on it. And honestly, it's because everybody has to use iMessage on an iPhone. You kind of have to, it's the default. If you were stock Android, it was, and that's the other thing, because Android can have like, Samsung puts a skin on, LG puts an overlay, and they can add functions and features, and that's great. But it means they can put all this other bloatware to replace core. Like honestly, Android to me would be so much stronger. And I know that like text, like really your text messaging, but honestly, text messaging is so much more than text messaging, right?
I would really go over to like Google Pixel or something like that for sure, as long as I would have an iMessage.
Right. And they're never gonna
Google on all of my Mac products. I function on Google, and it's like,
right?
Because I don't
Google's colonizing my screen.
Yeah, I don't leverage all the features that like Mac is made for. Like I don't do GarageBand. I don't do whatever else is on there. And like, that's awful, but yeah, but I stick with the Mac products just because, they just have everything what I need in order to get things to run.
Right. So, and then that just becomes like.
So
yeah, I think I agree with you. And it's weird to be an adherent. It's weird to be a Gen Xer who is raised to believe that corporations are evil and bad. And I own this Google hoodie. I own 2 different YouTube hoodies. I think I gave my Google hoodie with the all white Google instead of the rainbow Google to Susan. Like I have 2 or 3 t-shirts from volunteering at Google booths at ISTE and maybe Q. I have 2 different Google bicycle t-shirts. I have 2 or 3, I have 2 different blue and 1 red Google t-shirts. Like it's, I don't have Google pants or underwear. Like that's, but I have all sorts. I have a couple of things of outerwear. I have both innovator and trainer gear. That's all sadly too big for me now. I think I gave some of it away, but not every innovator can wear 4XL certified innovator stuff, and I'm not just gonna like donate it to charity out of some word like you're not in the club so you can't wear the badge.
Can I say though, like you had said, like what we met 7-8 years ago, whatever it was. I thought whenever, I can't even remember at this point. And
it was during one of your pregnancies. How long ago was that?
No, it was like right after.
Oh, so how long ago was that?
I don't know. 6 years ago? 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. I think that was after the 3rd one. And like I remember, I know where we met, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's Josh Harris. Like he's all over the place, and like ed tech back and the whole deal. And I thought you were just like,
yeah, and you were co-presenting with Amy Fadesi and Sergio. And I was like,
yeah.
Oh my God, it's Kristina Menace. It's weird that we were starstruck by each other.
And like, I don't want to be starstruck or like celebrity this, but like,
no, you should be starstruck. I'm kind of a big
you. Yeah. Like you knew stuff. Like, and I was just so impressed with. It was just like, I mean, we all know our stuff, and I was just impressed with what you knew and how to convey it, and so, but like, so, and then so I mean, I feel like I knew you like at the beginning of, and it's not like we were ever colleagues, like we've never worked together, but we're like-minded and we have similar interests when it comes to being professionals. And it's just, and from personal perspective, having seen you take on challenges and persevere and transform yourself, like you have literally transformed yourself, and you're an inspiration. And I think that I'm just so honored and lucky to know you, because you are pretty awesome. And so like I look back at our picture in Colorado, in Boulder, and I'm just like I mean, and we're hugging and just laughing and having a great time. And now I see you now, and we're still laughing and hugging and having a great time. But
I mean, we're not hugging because we're not allowed to be within 6 feet.
We're not. We're really not. It's, but.
And you're probably okay because, oh no, because your kids are going back and forth. So I was going to say, I'm definitely not because I keep having to go out. But anyway, carry on.
No.
This is me trying to deflect from you saying nice things, and I'm having a really hard
time.
You
do deflect. Like even when I was asking you if you're happy, like you deflected the conversation. I'm just saying.
No, I didn't. I answered your question.
That you were happy professionally. You deflected on the personal.
No, I mean, I think it's implied. No, I answered the personal thing. I mean, go back and rewind this 2.5-hour tape now, which includes like a 4-minute pee break for both of us, which is amazing. Anyway.
Cut it out. I probably have cut it out at this point if we're talking in the future. You're amazing. And I just, I like talking, and I'm really glad that you're the first person who's like, of course I'm going to talk with you and have this recorded and, you know, keep this conversation for posterity's sake. It's nice.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm trying to just sit in that and not immediately feel like I must return this compliment, because otherwise I'm being rude.
I'm not looking for a compliment. That's the thing. Like, I'm
good, because you're not going to get one.
Not from you.
He's inspiring, but he's really kind of a jerk. It's like he's inspiring from about 30 feet. You don't want to like really talk to him.
No, you're doing amazing things. And I do hope that whatever it is personally that you're not happy about, that you will be happy.
Working on it, right? And hence all the therapy. But like, yeah, it's a lot of it's really hard right now.
What do you say to people who, I mean, because you and I have both openly, at least to each other, talked about therapy and how we value it, and how, you know, we find it beneficial. But like, there are people out there who still see seeking therapy, receiving therapy as like this, like there's a negative stigma associated with it. And you know, either people don't admit that they're in therapy, or they completely refuse and ignore that there's even a need for it. And like, I don't understand why people still see this as like a negative thing if you're in therapy.
I mean, those people I start out by asking them how that alcoholism is working for them. No, I'm just being a smug jerk right now. So a couple of things is, first off, a friend of mine named JP said, you know, way back in like early 2000s, before I got involved in ed tech, like he has always worked in like legit tech, IT,
like the wires and boxes and all that.
Right. But also because he's so into that, like before there was, when social media was bulletin board systems and stuff like that, like he was on those sorts of things.
Yeah.
So he's always been kind of ahead of the curve in terms of like privacy and thinking about those things. And he said, you know, there's this philosophy, this like living an open life, living life online, where you just don't hide those things. Mm-hmm. And they're just publishable. And I'm like, but then everybody knows it. And he's like, yeah, but since everybody knows it, it can't be used against you. Nobody's holding a secret over you. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, just to totally like name drop, like building on the work of Brene Brown. However, just, you know, I haven't read anything of her. I've seen all the TED Talks and I consume all the video of her that I can, but it's that whole thing of like shame, and right, like for me to be ashamed of something, I can't talk about it. And in so many ways, the statement I made earlier about looking at my mom and going, oh, well, that's what my future is going to be like that's super not a complaint. One of the things, just like the only thing I can think about, or I can think that my mom is really ever like actively embarrassed by, is if she unintentionally hurt somebody. and didn't realize she did it, and so couldn't make amends at the time. And then after, when she tries to make amends, if you refuse to let her make amends, then she's really good at, like, all right, well, your problem. I tried to fix this, and you're just going to be mad at me. So when you're done being mad, I'll come back and try and fix it. So, you know, like, goals, right? But I think part of the reason, to me, it kind of normalized, like, the best way for me to normalize that idea of what is a person like in therapy. They run an education technology department for a 9,000 student school district, and they support their family, and they, you know, work in this kind of community, and they pay their rent on time, and they don't have drug habits. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you just, like, yeah, I talk openly about it. It's a thing. To me, you know, you and I have talked about, like, my personally held beliefs and my complete lack of faith in, like, I am a non-believer. I am a full-blown atheist. Mm-hmm. And, like, to me, it's like, if somebody were to go, like, oh, you go to therapy, I would be like, oh, you go to church? Like, to me, that's a thing I don't believe in, that you not you, Kristina, but you. Most people participate in, and they think that it helps them. And I'm like, well, this is a thing that I participate in that I know helps me. So, like, that's how I feel about it. But also, there have been multiple times where, like, as a kid or as an angry teenager post my parents' divorce, was like, you need to see somebody. And the idea that, yeah, there are people in their communities and parts of the country who have whatever they have about them, but I'm like, I mean, there's some sort of underpinning and underlying things. Like, here's the thing I don't feel like. I don't feel like it's my job as somebody who goes to therapy to correct your misapprehension and fix your stereotypes about it, which, as I say that out loud in the context of what's happening in America, it's like, wow, that's a privileged position to not only be able to pay for therapy, but to also feel like I don't have to explain therapy to you.
It's kind of arrogant.
Huh?
It's almost kind of arrogant.
It is. But the difference is nobody's, you know, nobody's kneeling on my throat, killing me in police custody because I go to therapy, right? So it's not like not like I'm really persecuted for anything. And as a white male, I'm not really persecuted for much in this country. So, you know, hashtag check your privilege. But I kind of just don't worry about it. Like, as you were saying, you know, formulating the question, I was kind of thinking about it as like, well, I don't like to be friends with Trump voters anyway, but I think that's a gross generalization, right? And I don't hang out, like, there's one of my favorite comedians, Kyle Kinane, he's from Chicago, and he talks about, like, when he first moved to California and people just being very open about being in therapy, and him going, like, he was in a restaurant, and so, well, my therapist, and he's like, don't say that you go to therapists, they're going to take the knives from the table. And because that's what it's, you said that's what it's like growing up in the suburbs in Chicago, like, you know, your Aunt June is coming over and she goes to a therapist, so, like, don't make any loud noises. Don't want to set her off.
Yeah, and it's anywhere, like, because I've met people actually from California who have, like, this stigma against therapy. So I just want to, like,
yeah,
but keep going. Yeah, because
I think I just like, I really feel like I discuss it the way other people feel like it's okay to discuss some of the things they do that I kind of feel like you might not want to hear about my therapy because that's an emotional health thing or a mental health thing, but, like, I don't want to hear about some of the things you do in your personal life. But, you know, part of being work colleagues who share things with each other is we hear those things, and, you know, we just reserve judgment on that sort of stuff, right? So I mean, I think we all do stuff in our own lives that our friends and family and colleagues are just like, oh, he or she does that. But, whatever. And I think the best way I can destigmatize it is just be very open about it. Oh, my therapist said, or, oh, it's a lot of therapy to get to this. Like, how are you just so blah, blah, blah? And like, whatever, like, calm or okay exterior I ever put off or like super confident, just know that it's all a mess. It's all
in
just,
place.
it's all just totally under construction all the time. And then honestly, like, I don't know who's ever going to see anything, but if you want to talk about like somebody who's an inspiration in just living your emotional, mental health reality out loud in a way that I think is very brave, that I don't know that I am ready for, is Kristina Ishmael, who is such an amazing educator and human when it comes to this. Like, she's like, okay, so let's go back a second. She's an amazing educator and human, full stop. And then this is an area in which she is standout to me. Like, she doesn't hide anything. And it always makes me think of what JP said about, like, if you live your life out loud and fully disclosed, then nothing can be held against you. And like, all the things you said, all those really kind and wonderful things you said about me, I feel like about her. And, she worked in the US Department of Ed under the Obama administration. And then she worked at, I think it's called New America. Then she's announced recently on the socials that she's moving to Portland, I think, for a new job. So like, it's not like it's getting in the way of her employment. And like, if you look at her socials, or if you ever talk to her about the project she works on and the people she works with across the country and probably across the planet, it's certainly not mitigating her positive impact on education. Right. So like, yeah, I'm not quite saying I want to be Kristina Ishmael when I grow up, because I'm older than her, so that doesn't fully work. But there are definitely things to aspire to, and just who she is she is all the time, it seems, to the world. So also #goals. Also, speaking in hashtags is something I picked up from Tosa Chat, and legit Ari Fluelling. Like, I just want to give credit or blame where that's due. Like, I said #not spawn. That's definitely Ari in my world. Yeah, in any case.
Yeah.
So do you like where you live and work? Because you live and work in, like, we've joked that where you work is like the peak of lefty mountain, of left-wing mountain, of liberal, the heights in the US. Do you feel like there's still like judgment and what do you call it, stigma attached to it?
Of where I live or where I work?
No, do you feel like the people you encounter where you live and work attach a stigma when someone says they see a therapist?
No.
Like in Marin, in the Bay Area, do you get that?
No, I think people are just really open. I don't think that people talk about it as much.
Mm.
And I don't think, and I don't know why people don't talk about it. It's personal preference, if for anything, but like, I full on said, hey, God bless therapy, and people are like, oh, and they don't know how to respond to that. That's what's interesting to me, is like, people don't necessarily know how to respond when I say, hey, glad for therapy, and so, and yeah, I mean, like, where I live is a different vibe and a different sense than where I work. It's just different because I don't live in the city. And so around here, yeah, I think it's just so part of the norm that nobody makes a big deal out of it. And it's so accepted that they're like, okay, it's like you're going out for ice cream or something. Like,
well, I think it's like you're going to a doctor. Nobody go, oh, you go to a doctor?
yeah.
You need to seek
Unless you're an
professional help.
anti-vaxxer.
Well, or maybe Christian Science, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so really, I mean, around here, it's just so part of the norm that nobody says, it's like, it's not a big deal. It's just part of life that you do it,
Right. So going back to my mom, she used to have this phrase, I haven't heard her say it in a long time. She'd be like, she'd ask a question in public, like in a grocery store, like, you'd be like, Mom, you're embarrassing me. She's like, oh, in 100 years, these people will all be dead. What do you care? It's like, yeah, so will I. And her point is like, they don't matter. It's not lasting or blah, blah, blah. But yeah, what you just said, it's so the norm that nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Though, but I mean, the reason why I asked earlier about the whole stigma, that I do encounter people, not many, maybe like 2, who really approach the idea of mental health therapy, mental health support, mental health, whatever you want to call it, with such a stigma attached to it. And I don't understand why, I don't understand the why. And even when I've asked, and I feel very comfortable asking these people of like, well, why do you see it as such like of a negative thing or having that stigma attached to it? They're not able to provide me an answer. And so that's when I start wondering, like, well, maybe you need to like reassess this, because, but again, I don't know. And so that's where it's like, okay, now I'm checking myself right now thinking, well, that's kind of judgy of me, but, at the same time, it's like, if you're not able to provide me an answer of like your rationale, your stance, your belief, and explain it to me, then maybe you do need to, do some soul searching, self-awareness, get in tune with yourself. Like, if you had a reason why, fine, then like, great. You at least have a grounding for why you have this decision or this viewpoint.
I want you to complete your thought, and then I'm going to push back.
If somebody isn't aware enough of why they are thinking the way that they're thinking, then it's like, I don't know if I can fully take your belief or your thought to heart, to value, to understanding.
Okay, so then what if they do have a reason and it's just like ridiculous?
Well, then tell me it.
Well, I don't have one because I don't have a problem with it.
No, not you, but like, if that person has a reason, and if I'm understanding you correctly, like, if their reason is ridiculous, well, but then at least tell me your reason, ridiculous or not. Like, if you think your reason is ridiculous, well, then that's on you. But like, at least I'll have, I guess, a sense of like, I'll understand then better why you believe something and what your thinking is.
Do you still think that would be no judgment on your part? Well, because you should just be able to like figure that out on your own, or like, that's why you have friends or family or clergy. You shouldn't have to go to somebody for that, or like, because that means you have mental problems. If you go to therapy, you have mental problems. Like, if you go to the doctor, you have health problems.
Yeah.
So like,
I find myself being a little judgy if you don't have a reason why you believe something.
I really feel like
if you're judging me of like, ooh, you go to therapy, then I can push back and say, like, I'll be judgy for you having a negative stigma attached to it.
So yeah, I think what I'm going back to the whole no judgment. It's like,
I'm judging.
It's so foreign to the way I operate. It's like, so first off, I don't understand the difference between like judgment and evaluation. Like really, the way it gets used, it's like, so if I give you a reason and the reason's like just based in ignorance, I'm not going to go no judgment. I'm like, oh, well, your reason's stupid. Or you don't know what you're talking about, or whatever it is. But like, I find you're judging me or you're so judgmental is like, so I noticed you're not actually defending the thing I'm judging. You're trying to shut down the conversation. So accusing people being judgy or judgmental, or saying, well, I'm not trying to judge you. So if you're judging me, I'm trying to shut down the conversation instead of just going, I don't care about your opinion, which is like, you're judging me and I don't judge your opinion worth engaging in. So that's judgment, counter judgment, discussion done. Or like people, so man, I just lost the other thread. So I find that it's either that or it's just a defense of, well, I just want to.
Oh, I've heard that before, where it's like, no, I don't. It's such like a 3-year-old response where it's like, I don't want to. I don't have to. I don't have to tell you. It's like,
No. I mean, like this whole deal of like, why are we judging other teachers? Because we know that there's better practices and worse practices, and we're pointing it out. Or we know that, you're doing this for you, not for your students.
oh,
Or
no.
why are you judging? No, hold on. I find the accusation of judgment is a meta conversation shutdown technique. We're no longer actually talking about what we're talking about. We're talking about, I don't like how you said what you said, or I'm going to accuse you of this negative thing. So you stop telling me you don't like the thing that I do, or that what I do is, I just like, it's one of these things that I'm just like, yeah, human beings judge. I'm also like, was raised by New York Jews. So like judgment is just a thing we do. And I don't see it as intrinsically bad. Like I'm also ESTJ and the J is judging. So like stop using it to shut me down.
But what you said earlier about the difference between judging and evaluating, and you use the example of, people judge teachers, and you judge teachers of like, because you know that there could be like, there are better practices, better ways of doing something. That's where I see it as being evaluative. Like,
I think they are the same activity, just with positive and negative connotations. I think it's the exact same thing.
So I can say that
I could be wrong. I'm definitely willing to be wrong, but.
So you're constantly evaluating me.
I mean, especially when you eat what look like are massive pieces of Trident that you're just swallowing. What is that, by the way?
Blueberries and cheese sticks. I haven't had lunch. I thought our conversation would be like maybe an hour, and I love that we're talking forever.
I mean, we started this conversation talking about how we're both long-winded or verbose, and you thought it was going to be an hour, which is just adorable. It's so sweet. It's like, aw, we really haven't talked in a while. No, am I constantly judging or evaluating? What you say, sure. But I'm also like, that's how I respond and interact. Like, oh, what did Kristina say? Oh, yes, I agree, and here's why. Mm-hmm. Oh, I disagree, and here's why. Or what about this? I question, and here's why. But to me, that's all a judgment or an evaluation first. Or like, oh, what Kristina just said sounds really smart, and I hadn't thought of that, which causes me to reevaluate or judge what I had previously held about that. Or I'm just like, no, I've heard this before. Go ahead and defend it because I've heard it before, and it doesn't carry water with me, right? Like, to me, I don't know. It doesn't mean that I think you're a good or bad person based on it, right?
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying Kristina's good or Kristina's smart or Kristina's bad or Kristina's stupid or anyone else in the world. I'm really going like, oh, that doesn't ring true, or that doesn't make sense, or that's not consistent with blah blah blah, or that is, or that really makes sense, or whatever it is that I'm saying. But I think that like you're getting into the actual act, And I think what I'm talking about is how that phrase is used to shut down criticism and discussion and constructive change. Because instead of having to actually self-evaluate, I can say, oh, you're being judgmental, and then I can dismiss you. So it's one of these things, it's almost like I don't defend myself going to therapy because there's nothing to defend. And I don't think that it's wrong to be judging or evaluating things, because, like, who doesn't?
And so, and here's the other, and
that's
like
a lot of, that last who doesn't, that's a lot of projection. I withdraw that, but the rest of it I stand by.
No, it's okay. So, I mean, I think at this point, anybody who's gonna, if at all, listen to our conversation,
if you've made it this far in,
they're gonna be like, oh my God, they're having their own private therapy session right now. But like,
when we make this into a podcast, we should just call it the longest podcast ever.
See, this is why I didn't want to do a podcast, because I want to capture our faces, our reactions, even though it's virtual. Yeah. So, and I love hearing.
So when you put it on YouTube, just call it, like, as a series, it should be called episode 1 of the longest video podcast ever.
I love
episode 2, the longest video podcast ever. And then like the goal will be each one to go at least 1 minute longer than the last, until it's eventually just like a 24-hour video that you have to upload to. And that's how you know you'll be done.
So,
anyway, cycling back.
No, so, I think that there is, at least like with us, you say you're going to push back on me, I'll push back on you. We don't disagree, or we do agree, or like we disagree with each other, and that's fine. And I had to fix myself on that one, or like, and neither of us are offended when the other does that. Like, I'm not offended when you're like, no, Mattis, like, what the hell are you talking about? But that's because, we have that kind of friendship and that relationship where it's not like what you say isn't going to destroy our friendship. At least I hope it doesn't, right? But we're self-aware enough, we're in tune enough, we are conscious enough to be open to that disagreement. Like, we're not, like, whereas I know for sure that there are people out there who I just keep my mouth shut, because I'm like, you know what, if I even say, ooh, you know what, I'm going to push back on that, the like barrier defense mechanism, fight, flight, freeze, whatever, goes straight into effect. And I can't, and so it's like, I just know that there are people out there where I'm just like, I'll just let them talk no matter what I think about what they're saying, because it's not worth engaging in the conversation with them, because they're just going to shut down. And that's what's, I think, unfortunate, because now more than ever, it's like, no, why can't you be brought to different ways of thinking and hear other people's perspectives and opinions, and automatically think that I'm here to change you? It's like, let's just talk about it.
I mean, okay.
I mean, the other buzz phrase, or I don't even know if it's a buzz phrase or whatever, but like, emotional intelligence. I heard that you can actually get certified. I mean, in emotional intelligence, or understanding it, or whatever. Anyway, but like, if you are not self-aware and in tune, then I think, you're going to shut down when somebody doesn't agree with you. And I think that has been a disservice in how we interact with each other, either on video or in person. That's the whole point of having conversations, is that not everybody has to agree with each other. It's how do you present your information, and how do you engage in a level of discourse that keeps that conversation going without necessarily taking offense or getting into an argument or a fight over it. It's being able to engage with each other in then like a debate, a civil debate. But I don't think that we're, if we're going back to our students, even in the classroom, it's like, how are we preparing our students to have that level of verbal intelligence to be able to talk and communicate with each other without automatically getting into, oh, you don't like me because you don't agree with me. It's no, let's talk about it.
I don't know. I don't know. I've seen plenty of teachers who do that, who provide, discussion prompts and discourse prompts and that sort of thing. And kids really can take into that, can take care. And I think what it does is it gives kids verbal time to like,
yeah,
like, I respectfully disagree, causes your brain to like start thinking about how you're going to put that.
Yeah.
I think we're, I don't know. I think on some level we're talking about, but maybe we aren't, about two different sort of contexts. One is like, so do you feel like there are, say at work, amongst your colleagues, that there are like phrases that are sort of signal phrases to shut down conversation, or what they view as dissent or disagreement or criticism, which to me is just having a conversation? Like, all the best ideas we've ever had in my department, and I really feel like this is something like, you can see lots of examples of leaders doing it, but I feel like the two women I talked about working for in Fairfield, Kristen Witt and Melissa Farrar, sort of engaged in this, okay, we're going to talk about this idea, and then we're going to say all the problems with the idea, and then we're going to talk about how we might fix those, or how we might scrap this idea together. And like ideas are rarely really rock solid, like out of the gate. You have to beat them up. And like, if you start from the premise that if I'm offering an idea, this is not always true for me, but I think for most people, that you are somewhat invested in it, right? Like, hey, I have this idea, I think this might work. So you have some sort of personal investment in it, some sort of stake, right? Because you've taken that step, that sort of, in some contexts, the chance of expressing your idea, the risk, yada, yada, being vulnerable, all that jazz. Just very cavalier about the whole thing. In any case, just like, do you feel, well, you're just judging, that's just being very judgmental. I feel like there are a lot of phrases that go along in sort of modern discourse. And a lot of, I think what I'm talking about tends to be around social media. And I think you were talking more like personal and work conversations. But those things are all linked, right? Because it's not like everyone's just like one person on social and then another person, although people are. I don't know that anybody, except for Kristina Ishmael, is their whole self on social media.
Yeah.
No pressure, Kristina, if you ever see this. But I think that, but to me, the context of, and I have started calling it out, well, why are you judging blah, blah, blah? I'm just like, first off, that's a shutdown sentence. So you just know you're not going to shut me down. Like, sorry that you don't want to hear this, but da, 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 da. And Yeah, and I feel like it's a passive aggressive defense through offense. I feel it's like, well, you're being judgmental, so you should be quiet, or people are going to think you're a bad person because you're judgy.
Yeah.
Not judgy. Don't accuse me of being judgy. What will the children say? I'm just like really? That's the best you're gonna do is call me judgy? I feel like there's another one that I think is like well, I'm doing the best I can. Are you though? Are you doing the best you can? Or are you doing the best you're willing to do?
Yeah.
Are you doing the best within your comfort zone?
Yeah.
I find so we're about to have like an open window into not that she's going to be like a guest on the show. It's a show. But my therapist
APR, Kristina Public Radio.
Yeah, KVR, Kristina Public Radio. But like I am very, whatever judgment anybody thinks I'm putting upon them, like I hold myself to ridiculous performance expectations and judge myself very, very harshly, to the point where like if other people, and people will hear me say that about me and go like, well, I hope you don't think that about, and I'm like, oh no, I would never, because like it's unreasonable and unfair, and why would I would never do that, right? So so understanding that I feel like I hold myself to like, you have to succeed all the time, right? I struggle myself with growth mindset in the, well, I just haven't made it yet. It's like, no, by the time I'm ready to go with something publicly, like I've hammered on it already.
Yeah.
So I am sometimes more invested than I necessarily should be. And that's definitely hypocritical, right? That's definitely contrary to something I've said. But like, it's more or less ready to go. Yeah. And, but to me, and how that sometimes manifests is like, if you're thinking of a thing that I've already thought of and already solved, and you just haven't gotten there yet, I can be impatient with you. But I think what I'm saying is like, so I judge me all the time.
Yeah.
And like your best, The Breakfast Club is a really sort of important formative movie in my teen years. And there's Emilio Estevez talks about, he's the wrestler, and he talks about his father grinding on him for like, win, just your effort doesn't matter, your intensity is for shit, win, god damn it. And like not with my mom, but with my dad, was really not my dad right now, who's my stepdad, my biological father who passed away, who's very much like that. And it's very hard to let go of that. So it's like, whatever judgment you think's coming at you, just know that I've directed at me tenfold, right? Just know that. But where I'm going with that in terms of the best I can being a defense of, it's like, to me, the best I can succeeds. The best I can doesn't stop until it works or is better or is the best, right? I'm very competitive. I actually said at a board presentation last week, remote instruction is not a competition, but we're winning. When talking about the county and the neighboring districts, and the board president said, and I understand distance learning is not a competition, but we will stay ahead. Like she was a little more politic than I was. But I mean, to me, it's like, I don't know, like, well, you did your best. It's like, did you though?
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's a fair standard to hold anybody to. But I kind of wonder sometimes if that's not an escape clause, right? If that's not if it's not a defense, well, I did my best, so you have to stop criticizing me. And you're judging, so stop criticizing.
Yeah. I think when it comes to
I don't know what my point is there, but
no, I appreciate what you're saying. It's, how do you make sure that you're not using a catchphrase as a crutch?
Copping out.
Yeah. And that's really hard to call out unless you like really know the person.
Or it's like on Twitter and you don't care.
Yeah.
You're just like, nah, you're full of it.
Yeah.
You're full of beans with your branded face mask that you're giving away as when you subscribe. We're making friends. Okay.
So yeah, I think like
you're really gonna learn to video edit now, aren't you?
no, I'm leaving that one in. That deserves to be left in for sure. Everything's gonna stay in except when we like got up for our bio breaks.
I feel like that's an Easter egg and you should leave that in. No, here's the funny thing is cut it out and then we will continually refer back to it, although it's not in. Sorry, I totally derailed you for my stupid joke. Anyway.
Oh my gosh, what was I gonna say? It was something, like the whole idea thing, right? And like people judging ideas, for instance. I think, and this is like not necessarily professional, this is just in general, right? Like you come with an idea, it doesn't have to be fully baked. And sometimes I feel like, you know, I'm putting something on somebody's radar, whether it's, you know, professional or personal, doesn't matter. And it's like, there are so many times, depending on who the audience is, that I have to preface by saying, okay, so this isn't thought through, or this isn't fully developed, or this isn't, you know, like, there are no structures in place, or, you know, whatever it is. This is simply an idea that's getting tossed out. It's like you know, you're throwing the spaghetti on the wall to see if it sticks. It's an idea. That's
is all this prefacing, do you find it exhausting?
Mm-hmm.
Because I find it exhausting listening.
It is like, but that's almost like when somebody wants to push back, right? So I'm gonna be, you know, in the practice of blah blah blah, or in the words of so and so, or, you know, looking at whatever it is, I'm gonna push back. It's like, no, I didn't need 2 minutes of you teeing up that you're gonna push back on something that I just said. You can push back because I know that I'll be okay with it.
Okay, so
like, and that's okay. And so, but like when I have to go and like preface myself and be like, okay, so this is just an idea. It's not set yet. It's not, you know, talked about yet. I want to brainstorm with you. That's why I'm bringing it to you. And then it gets poo-pooed. And I'm like, forget it. You know what? It's not even worth it. I will, you know, and so if anything, what that does to me is I'm just not going to come to you with anything. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and keep going. Because if you don't want to, because what I like is collaborating and brainstorming with people to get an idea formed enough to bring it to a broader audience. Mm-hmm. And when I have to, and when I come to somebody and they just immediately be like, no, whatever, I'm not even going to listen to this because of, you know, this could happen, or this could happen, or that could happen. Or it's like, well, great. That's actually what I want to talk through and hear your ideas. So, but getting to your point of like, is it exhausting? Of course it's exhausting. Because you know, there's so many people out there who I'm like, all right, I have to like create a presentation for the presentation.
So my question was going to be to create a presentation for the presentation.
You know, it's like that Dilbert or whatever or Gilbert, what's that comic strip where it's like, you have to have a meeting for the planning meeting, for the pre-planning meeting, something meeting.
I mean, it sounds familiar. I'm not sure I know which one specifically you mean.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, it's interesting. I wonder how much of that is projection. So here's what I mean by that is the person who is doing all the teeing up, to use your words,
yeah,
to criticize. is that person projecting that they would want all this mollycoddling that they're doing to you because they want it, but then you do it back because that's what they did, so you assume that's what they want, but maybe because you had to do the presentation before the presentation, they think that you, so I think what I'm asking is how much of this is the person, like this was some people who needed this sort of babying,
Yeah.
which by the way, for our viewers at home, judgmental phrase, and I mean it that way. I'm looking right into the camera. I'm not looking at Mattis. If you need 3 minutes to be told, hey, what about this? Or what about this change? Or, he might be my concerns with it. You're a baby and you need babying. Is that started out with some people and now has just become culture? Or if you catch me teeing up for 2 minutes to tell you, I don't like this idea, or here are the problems with it, that's because I need that. So like I'm projecting. Do you see what I'm saying? Or where you work, is that, and maybe we shouldn't get that specific, or is that just like part of the culture now?
No,
so
I mean,
hard to tell like who really needs that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this just goes anywhere, right? It's not just like work specific, or if at all. It's just like in general. It's like, I mean, how afraid are people to present ideas that aren't fully baked because they're afraid of getting shut down, which is so possible, because I would say I'm one of those people that don't shoot my idea down.
Oh.
I'm coming to you first or second or whatever to help me better form my idea. I want to talk it through with you. I want to collaborate. I want to brainstorm. But if all you're going to do is just say, no, I don't like the idea, well, then you know what? I'm not going to come back to you again.
I mean, are you telling people you want to brainstorm? I guess that's the whole presentation before the presentation, right?
It's the presentation before the presentation of like, and that's the tee up of like, hi, I've got this idea. I haven't thought it through completely because I want to get other people's brains in on, it's like you have to explain. Right. And I think this is why I'm so used to being so long-winded, because if I just go ahead and just tell the punchline of the story, people are going to be like, so what about this? What about this? What about this? And if I don't have the if I've got the idea, which is the punchline of the story, but I don't have all the details around it, that's why I'm coming to you. So.
And I assume you're saying all that, right? Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, it's making me reflect on when my folks have ideas. I don't think I'm shut down. I think a lot of times, well, hey, can we blah, blah, blah? What about this? Oh, I don't know. But, well, if we solve that, then sure, rock and roll with that. Do you want to help on that? No, I think we got it. Or no, we'll figure it out. What if, da, 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 da. And see, yeah, to me, it's like, so my concern always when somebody comes to brainstorm is, so to just make it about me for a second, is like if I come to you for brainstorm, I tend to, so in the midst of what you were saying, I was going to say, so would you say that you're a process-oriented person or a results-oriented person or like an action-oriented person? And I'm not sure that those are like opposites or that you have to be one or the other. But I was thinking like when I am not, it's the journey, not the destination. Like, no. If you've ever driven 3 hours to Disneyland, it's not the damn journey, it's the destination. Like, we didn't drive from Bakersfield to Anaheim because that's a fun road trip. So, no. A. B is if I come with something, I'm really, from experience, really like, I don't guard against your ideas. What I guard against is mission drift. Like, hey, we're trying to solve A and B. Ooh, and if we did this, C, and if we did this, E, and if we did this, R and Q. Yeah. Right, that's true, but we're not doing those because I want this to remain at this scale, at this accomplishability on this time frame. So those are all great, but they're not going in here. And that's not
me from the purpose and
that's not me saying I don't want other ideas. That's me going, you're not co-opting my idea and getting into mission drift.
Yeah.
Right? The only but that's me learning how to shepherd things from concept, from ideation to execution.
Right.
And honestly, I didn't learn that until I got into administration or management, right? Because it's very easy. And a lot of times people who want to who want to cause mission drift or put other food on my plate are not going to be around when it comes to execution and implementation. They just like, ooh, solve this problem. And it's usually solve this problem I was having, but I'm going to delegate to you.
And I'm in complete agreement with everything that you just said. So I'm not even going to echo or anything like that. We're on the same page with that one. What I ask questions. There was an article or not an article. Was it an article or was it a TED Talk? I don't know. One of the two. Yeah. And what?
Was I reading or was I listening?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. And it was about this person who said, I'm a dissenter. And
yeah.
Okay.
And why do you need dissenters in your organization?
You need dissenters in your organization, and they're not the ones who they're, I
don't think that was an article. I think I listened to it. I think it might have been a TED.
Okay. Yeah. And I actually wrote a reflection piece on that. Like when I was saying I got back into writing, I'm like, ooh, I really want to write about anyway. And where people take immediate offense to dissenters, I'm like, I'm a dissenter. I ask questions. When I feel comfortable in the environment, in the situation that I'm in, I will ask questions and push it. And you're like, oh yeah, we know you do.
No. I'm thinking you're like, when, that's probably the wiser move. When I'm comfortable, when I know the environment, when I'm just like, yeah, no, I just open up my big stupid mouth and I have managed to get away with it for 20 years. I'm like, nope. Not strategic at all. Just, what about this? Blah, 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 blah. Here's why you're wrong. Blah, blah, blah. I wonder how much harder I've made my life sometimes.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem asking questions about something when I feel comfortable in that environment where I know I can push back and when I can dissent. And then there are other times where I'm like, I can't, you know what? It's not worth my effort or my energy because I know I'm not going to get anywhere. And again, I think it comes back to, this could be like our Pee Wee Playhouse word of the day is convenience. When I know that people are just not going to change because it's not convenient for them, I'm just going to forget it. You know what? But when I see there's opportunity and potential to push and to strive. And it's not because I have the answers, because I don't have the answers all the time. Shocking, I know, but I don't have all the answers. So I ask questions so that we could push to better answers or to answer something that we don't have the answer to. And I'm okay with that. But again, that's only, I think, when I see potential and the opportunity to push and to make things better. Otherwise, I don't want to put my energy into it because I'm just exhausting myself for no reason.
Is that strictly a matter of energy depletion, or is it oh, I've spent political capital I've spent political capital I didn't know I was spending by just asking this question, and now I've kind of hosed myself because that's the kind of culture I'm in.
Yeah.
Or some of both.
Could be. Yeah.
Do you want to hear something funny? In the time since we peed last, I have had over 1 liter of water. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna run. In my apartment. Hey, look, I'm gonna do my favorite, like, new, like, social habit,
Mm-hmm.
which is, look, hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Like, when we re-enter a room, we publicly hand sanitize, so people know that we're,
Clean.
yeah. It's like
Not
the new etiquette,
impure.
our new sci-fi show etiquette that is weird, that we all do. Oh man, it's off-brand hand sanitizer. Definitely not Purell. Smells like cheap whiskey. Anyway,
Can we talk about white privilege for a second?
I mean, for only a second, no. I know us. We're not capable of being that brief.
So I'm cutting out your bio break for, whatever.
I mean, if you're gonna say getting to pee is white privilege, I will push back on that.
Oh, that's fine. No. But while you were away, I checked my text messages, and I'm on a group text with certain family members. I've got like a bunch of different group texts with different family members, right?
Okay. I can't wait to hear where this goes. Yeah.
And apparently, like, Chicago is completely shut down because all the rioters and the looting, and all Walgreens are shut down until further notice. The buses are like done with, and all the shopping malls are shut down and under.
Weren't they shut down anyway because of the pandemic?
No, so they're all they were starting to open up, or somewhere opened up or whatever, but like they're like rioting everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting these text messages from extremely privileged people,
Family members?
regardless of color of skin. Okay. These people are extremely privileged. And it's a real clear reminder of what it means to live on a coast versus inland. And
Even big city inland?
yeah. And it makes me think about what a bubble within a bubble I live in, and how much my perspective is so vastly different from what my relatives think. And it's not to say, like, I mean, it's, I don't know if it's geographics, I don't know, and which it probably is, but like, I just think about how here we forget about how people in other parts of this country think based on what they experience and what they see. And I think that's a huge disservice when people like put these immediate blinders on and start judging without hearing others' voices. And so I'm really trying to keep as much of an open mind right now about just past conversation, not even this text message thread that's come through right now, but like just even past conversations where I don't know how to empathize with some of the people I know living back in the Midwest, because I don't live in the ways that they do, and I'm not surrounded with the same people or experiences they are, and I can sympathize, but when it comes to empathy, I mean, all I can do, I think, is listen and learn from them, because I don't know how to really understand where they're coming from. I don't understand their thinking.
I hear you. And I guess what I'm going to ask is, why is it important to empathize with people who are living in a position of privilege? And now I'm making a whole set of assumptions on their judgment and view of how things are going in what you called rioting. I would call it protesting, even if things are being looted and burned and graffitied and stolen. I think that you can only, the state, with the backing of large portions of the people, can only openly and without responsibility or repercussion, murder one segment of its population before things like this happen. So I'm about to get my full-on left coast elitist on and go like, why is it important to empathize with, let's take that your family connection to them out of it for a second. Why is it important to empathize with people who are clearly responding from a place of privilege on this?
Because I think that's, if we look at it in the reverse, when we didn't respond or hear or listen to people who are oppressed and not privileged, then when we ignore voices and people and try not to understand them, then we only distance ourselves even more.
In empathizing with the people of privilege in Chicago and the Midwest, are we taking away from those oppressed and ignored who are regularly victimized by those people and the systems that they uphold, though?
I would hope not, because I would want to empathize with them as well. I mean, I don't know, like, and maybe empathy is the wrong word here. Maybe it's not empathy. It's, I think it's gaining a level of understanding of why people believe certain things and getting to the root of it, perhaps. And I think this comes back down to our conversation about judgment and judging or evaluating whatever it is, that I have a hard time taking someone's thinking or belief at face value if they don't themselves have an understanding for why they believe what they believe. And so,
okay, so you're seeking to understand, but empathize is to put yourself in someone's position.
right. And that's why, and so that's where, well, right. Yes. And so maybe through my seeking to understand, a way to understand is to try to put myself into their position, into where they are and who they are. But maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe it's just, I want to listen and hear what you have to say so I can understand you. Because right now, I know I don't even want to engage in this particular conversation because I'm aware that they don't know where I'm coming from. And this goes,
They don't know, or they don't care, or they're not going to listen and they're just going to.
oh, I don't know. I honestly don't. I mean, regardless, it's it's not a conversation to have over text. If they're truly interested, but I'm, your left coast privileged person, and but I know that, like, how we live out here in our bubble, I mean, shoot, the Bay Area really is, it's a bubble within a bubble. Like, I know I forgot about all the different mindsets and perspectives in other parts of the country. And I'm reminded of that often. And so maybe it's not maybe it's not putting myself in other people's shoes, but it's definitely a desire of mine to understand where people are coming from.
I mean, here's the thing. If I started White Fragility. I haven't gotten through it, but what I've read so far just makes a ton of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's this whole like, if you're judging me, you're bad, and you're saying that I'm bad, right? So it's gotten to the point with the term racist that there's this, like, if I say you're being racist, you're being a bad, hateful person. Whereas institutional racism is just like, is systems and bulwarks that are set up that, and the reason you aren't aware of them is because of privilege, because they don't affect you. Or saw this great tweet. It's like, the systems in this country were set up to control and enslave and jail men of color. They're working just fine. Like, the system isn't broken. The system was designed to do exactly what it's doing, which is killing Black men, and men of color and women of color. But who seems to bear the brunt of that spear are Black people and Black men. And so there is, and we talk about implicit bias, which is like a nice way of saying the racism that you were born into, that you have learned, that you don't think is hateful because you don't go to bed or wake up thinking like, oh, Black people are bad, let's kill them. But you do have this inborn, when you see Black men approaching or coming by your car, you lock the doors, you are worried. The police response, and I've read plenty of studies where police behave as though Black men have some sort of super strength and superhuman capability, so they have to respond to them. It's like because they are, that whole thing that Hillary Clinton said in the 90s of super predators, and they just think, they're all as strong as NFL athletes, and they all have this superhuman ability, so we have to respond so harshly and blah, blah, blah. So to me, like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, I know what you're operating from. You're operating from what all people, all white people especially, regardless of social class, and that goes back for a long time, because the way you got poor Southern whites to fight in the Civil War and to perpetuate systems of racism is to have somebody who is at least below them, so they weren't at the bottom of the barrel, right? It's the same way that capitalism has managed to keep pit workers against each other, is by going along these culture and color lines and making sure to create and maintain that division. Because poor people way outnumber wealthy people in this country, and there's got to be a way to keep them all separated. And I've strayed off into class here for a second, which I always do. But like, I guess where I'm going is, I don't feel the need to empathize or understanding where the MAGA people are coming from, or the people who are like, violence is never the answer. No, violence has been the answer. This is violence being met with violence, right? You can only systematically with condoning, or with the complicity, with the complicity of all the governmental systems, murder a people before they start to respond. And also, like, so I don't need to know where they're coming from. I know where they're coming from. They're coming from a place of racism, whether they mean it or not. I just saw this really great, is a bad word choice here, but like a very revealing and a highly illustrative, a much more descriptive word, tweet of a man in Salt Lake City, an older white man who in a news interview said that he He drove to where the protests / rioters were happening, shouted, "All lives matter," then got out of his car, brandished a bow and arrow at people because he wanted to support the police. Then in the news interview said it was 2 black guys. Then there's like 2 or 3 different Instagram live feeds, and he's rushed by just a gang of 14 or 15 white young people who beat the crap out of him. And it's like, you said it was black people. There's video proof that it wasn't, and you just lied. And I'm not even sure that you saw that it wasn't black people. You were just so sure you were gonna come help the police. And then like in the interview goes, well, I'm a convicted felon, but I know there aren't all good police. And you know, I just came to support them. Like, the effing police don't need your support with your bow and arrow, fucking Hawkeye, old ass racist Hawkeye. And 2, like, you went down to kill black people.
Yeah, it was
supporting the police. And that's my point. It's like, I don't think whoever it is you were in this group text are driving around looking to get their anti-black vigilante on. But the fact that we continue to call the white people who drove to hospitals, who went to state buildings and to courthouses without masks, and we're saying, you're taking away my freedom. And I'm sure you've seen the split screen Trump, like, these are the very good people when they're white and they're thugs when they're black. The fact that even in this conversation, you referred to them as rioters as opposed to protesters, when the same kinds of behavior, and it wasn't, and police were not out with riot shields and helmets and lobbing tear gas at those white folks. It was fucking nurses and doctors standing up and holding the line.
Yeah.
And that's our response when black people do it, which then push them to even more violence, because why would I not be violent? You can kill me when I'm being peaceful and complying.
The level of hypocrisy is ridiculous.
Right? So I think where I'm going is, I'm not saying you're wrong, and you probably have the better long-term strategy, right? You probably definitely have the better electoral strategy. Like, how did Trump get elected? Because the Democratic Party has been regularly ignoring the voice of poor whites and working class white people for a really long time. Also, he really, really appealed to a kind of racism which was not okay when we had a black president, and they could not wait to get back to it, and it might not have mattered anyway, right? Maybe it did, maybe it would have. We can get into the whole how the Democratic Party never just crowned Hillary ahead of time and never gave Bernie a chance, and could Bernie have beat Trump, blah, 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 right? But there's this whole other part of me where it's like, I don't care. They're wrong. I don't need to know why or how they think. They just need to be corrected or marginalized. I don't care about their voice. And that's probably not the most useful way to feel, to respond, but like, that's how I feel. And that's how I was rooting for all those white people who were mad that they couldn't get haircuts or go to TGI Fridays to all catch corona, to show them it's not a hoax, and it's not 5G cell towers, and it's not Bill Gates who wants to forcibly vaccinate you somehow. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry that you don't understand science. I'm sorry that you don't understand epidemiology. I'm sorry that certain elements in this country have undermined institutions and expertise to the level now that we think 5G cell towers contributed to this pandemic. But like, at some point, no, I don't.
Yeah. So I think like, when it comes to, I think just like your morals and your values, like decency, like we're killing our own people. And
I don't think those people I don't think those white people see black people as our own people.
See, and that's where morally, I'm afraid because no one did anything wrong. what I have, I mean,
What do you mean no one did anything wrong?
like people are getting hurt for not having done anything wrong. People are getting murdered for no cause.
Well, I
No,
mean, let's be very clear. Black people are getting murdered for having done nothing wrong,
yes, Black
right?
people are getting killed for no reason whatsoever. There's no just cause. Absolutely none. And then what I do struggle with, and this is where I know I need to learn about, right? Because there's the word protest, there's the word even like demonstration, there's the word rioting, there's the word looting. And I think about when I was like 8 years old, 9 years old, and my parents brought me, they didn't drag me because I actually wanted to go to all the demonstrations in Daley Plaza in Chicago, holding up picket signs to free the Baltic states from under the regime of the USSR, right? And there I am holding candle vigils. It's a peaceful protest, if you will. You know, we're walking in circles, holding our signs, and it was a demonstration, right? But nobody came after us. As like a little child, I don't recall there being police activity or anything like that. And again, probably because, we were all white. Who knows, right? At that
It could
point.
have been like Nigerians protesting the control of a West African country of some other imperialist thing. It probably would have been different.
Absolutely. So, and I didn't think about that until now. It's like, but we didn't, I mean, the Baltic countries, the Eastern Europeans were all, not 100%, like a lot of us are white. I mean, we don't really have much choice over that. It just is. But like the event that took place in the 90s, it was a protest. It was considered a protest, multiple days. And I don't recall there being any arrests or violence or hurt or anything like that. Again, probably because, and again, this is hypothetical, but I think today it'd be very much said that it was because we were white people. Now, I think about, right.
Well, so let's play devil's advocate. Like, let's just, before you go on to your next thought, like, well, you guys didn't riot or loot. Yeah, but I'm sorry?
I just don't want to forget my next thought. So just keep going. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, well, you guys didn't loot or riot. Yeah, well, nobody was killing you. Nobody in this country was killing you.
Right.
Right? It's a very different context. Anyway, carry on. That's all I'm saying. That's all I wanted to say.
In this country. So we were protesting for people in a completely, like, across the pond.
Yes, and that's my point. Police in this country, it were Soviet police and Soviet army who were killing Lithuanians. Nobody in this country where you were protesting was taking Lithuanians out and killing them.
Right.
I suspect your protest would have been very different. Yes. And then the outcome of it, and then the response of law enforcement would have been very different if it had been the American general practice to just beat up Lithos.
Yes.
And kill them.
Exactly. Like they were across the pond.
Right.
So
I bet the protests weren't so peaceful, the demonstrations weren't so peaceful in Lithuania against the Soviets, if they happened at all.
Right. So now we've been talking about the difference between protest and rioting, and based on like what prompted this part of our conversation. And this could very well be that I'm defining protest and riot as different.
Okay. And I mean, they are.
Okay. So what I'm struggling with, and again, this is because I still have so much to learn, but when I see vandalism and theft, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that is.
So the vandalism in all cases, like when in Richmond, Virginia, they burned, and it was just the front of the building. that they burned the headquarters of the office building of the Daughters of the Confederacy, which is an organization that exists to continue to romanticize and say the Confederacy was good. Is that vandalism? Not have no justification. And when they vandalize and graffiti up like Confederate memorial statues, is that the same as chucking bricks through the window of, let's say, a Whole Foods? Which let me pick something other than a Whole Foods, because Whole Foods invokes this whole other thing of privilege. Let's say a CVS. Because I mean, in California, we know who shops at Whole Foods. Just saying.
I think, yeah, Amazon Prime members.
Right. Lots of Karens and lots of Dereks. Just saying.
Yeah. Kevin's. I think Kevin is the equivalent of Karen Reese. Yeah, anyway.
I think I said Derek because Derek Chauvin is the police officer who choked Floyd. But also, my stepsister Karen is African American. I feel really bad for her right now that Karen has become the name of racist ass white ladies. I'm like,
it was a really good piece written by anyway. What's her name on something, and she's like, all you people getting up, panties all bunched up because you're being referred to as a Karen or a Becky. Why don't you go take a look at the Black population who can't call themselves calling their children by their ancestral names or because they sound Black. And that goes back to like even the Freakonomics study where it's like you put your two resumes side by side, they're completely identical, and just because the first name sounds different. I have
a friend who has a PhD who does not use his Vietnamese name because when he uses an Americanized name, he gets a very different response.
Yeah.
So that the struggle is real. So
for me,
alluded to so-called looting and vandalism and all that.
I think that any time when there is a premeditated, intentional, violent act, you're vandalizing anything, that I don't agree with it. So but then I think about like when Stalin's statue came down and like that was rioted and vandalized and whatever. It's like, well, okay, that was like a symbol to take down
Is that taking down a symbol of hate the same way as taking down a symbol of Bedford Forest, Robert E. Lee, Daughters of the Confederacy? Just like, I don't think it's as cut and dried. I think it's, so here's why you're wrong, is because that's all fine. If you're going out and your intention is to burn and loot, that's wrong and blah, blah, blah. That's all fine, except for what other means of redress have we given Black people in this country? Yeah. The court system. Look how long it took to even arrest those people those guys in Georgia.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, if I'm like, I'm not even going to entertain the discussion of, there are professional agitators. There's people who coming in who are domestic terrorists. There's people who are coming in who don't care about Black Lives Matter, who are just taking advantage of the situation. I mean, I'm not going to, if I were going to entertain that, which I'm not, if I were going to entertain that, I would say, like, what are they taking advantage of? Are they taking advantage of the protest of a people who have been given no other legitimate recourse than to do this because you will kill them anyway and get off scot-free, or maybe the worst you get is fired or your reputation's ruined or something, as opposed to the Karen in Central Park who called on the guy who was birding, who said, like, could you put your dog on a leash, which is basically, could you follow the law in Central Park, right? Even if I were going to entertain, like, people are taking advantages of it, like, well, what are they taking advantage of? The protesting of people who have no other legal recourse other than the state-sanctioned murder wholesale of most of the men of their population? Or are they really taking advantage of the fact that you created a situation in which a certain group of people would have no choice other than to take to the streets in what you might want to call a mob or a big old protest, because they have no other course? So like, didn't you create the conditions in which a large-scale protest would take place, in which people who are not genuine, do not hold genuine beliefs, now can use that as a cover to riot, vandalize, and burn? What I'm saying is, that even if that's what was happening, people who were bad actors, let's say, coming in, taking advantage of this, the conditions exist for them to take advantage of, because we have a system in this country that says it's okay for law enforcement to murder Black people without consequence. So like, to me, I can aim this all right back at institutional racism, at systems that are aimed to jail and kill people of color, especially men of color, especially Black men. So like, there's that. But B, let's say you start out, and what we mean is to have a big protest and say this is not okay, and it's going to get like part of what grinds those people under are systems of capitalism, and part of and so it could be an acting out against that, but even that's probably off topic. But I think it really has to do with, if we go out and you show up in riot gear, and I know you didn't show up at the state building when all those white people were literally in the face of cops who were just wearing their uniform and a mask, and nothing happened to them, but me and my people show up, and all of a sudden you need riot gear and your police tank and a helicopter. Well, like, maybe I'll give you a reason to need all those things. Maybe if you're going to murder me anyway, if you're going to murder me anyway, I'm going to make this everyone's problem. Because clearly lots of people feel like it's not their problem.
So the reason being, though, I'll give you a reason. If you do all that, you show up in your riot gear, you're going to kill me anyway, so I'm going to give you a reason to do it. That's where you talk, is that when you mean like vandalizing and breaking into stores and stealing and ruining personal property?
I mean, whatever, sure, those, but also, you know, tearing down symbols of hate,
right?
And that sort of thing. And I feel like, again, saying like, oh, it's not okay to do this to personal property, to me, that's holding up the property over the lives of people who it's okay for the state to murder.
Right. I don't think it's right to go into somebody's store and to break stuff and to steal it and to graffiti it and to vandalize it. I don't. That's where I don't agree with it. I don't agree going into somebody's store.
So,
you know, and I don't. You're going in and you're breaking things and you're stealing things. It's one thing to protest and demonstrate. It's another to go and start fires and doing. I don't know. I'm not understanding it.
I haven't seen a lot of the footage, but what if people who are going into stores are actually like MAGA people who are going there to do this as part of the protest to completely discredit the protests? Like, by you focusing on the destruction of property, you're buying into that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the act. Right,
but I think that,
like, I'm not going to walk up to you, Josh, and punch you in the face for no reason. I'm not going to come into your apartment and start like knocking things down and breaking things.
I don't know that there's any cases of people going into residences and doing
Well,
this.
no, but
So,
people are going into stores.
Right. Stores that have no one in them, generally speaking. And
doesn't matter.
Right, but you're looking at it as this all intellectual exercise.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, kind of. Like, you were just talking about empathy. Put yourself in the place of some of the people on the ground. And it's going to be really hard because you're a well-educated, privileged white woman who's never had to worry about any of this.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I didn't have, I honestly feel like it would all be an intellectual exercise to me as well. And it largely is to me. So let's not pretend that Josh is like down with the struggle any more than he really is. Because I don't have to live this. What I do have are enough Black people in my family that I've seen police respond differently to my stepdad, who's a successful business person, who is well educated and has always led a good life, and how just by virtue of him being a Black man, and he's not like, my dad's shorter than me. It's not like he's a big person.
Yeah.
Just how he's treated, and the difference in how my brother-in-law has been, like, when I was in Bakersfield with my nephew, my sister, and my brother-in-law, everybody, like, at the time when RJ was little, would look at Rachel, RJ, and I and assume we were the couple and wonder what the big Black guy is, because RJ was fairly light-skinned at the time.
Mm-hmm.
He's still pretty light-skinned. But where I'm going is, like, I think to me, just from where I sit, it feels like I'm just gonna assume, like, I'm just gonna lean on the fact that you're not gonna take what I'm about to say like super personally, but okay, so vandalism and stealing's wrong. Like, okay, that's wow, you're taking a bold stance there. Like, yeah, duh, right? But context matters, right? So the context of all of this is, are we ever going to know what every looter or rioter did and what their motives were and blah, blah, blah? No. Did they think they were advancing some cause? We don't know. You don't know. But also, like you just said, no, I'm not going to go and punch you in the face. And you know what? No one was going to go up, those people were not going to mob that racist asshole white man until he shouted out of his car, "All lives matter," which is a big fuck you to the Black Lives Matter people, and then took out a compound bow and arrow and started aiming it at people. He would have been fine if he would have left well enough alone.
Yeah.
They are, by and large, being provoked into those sorts of things. But I would say, even coming back ahead of that, the whole thing has been provoked by time after time after time of state-sanctioned murder of those people with evidence, and it taking months. So, like, why would I respect your private property if you don't respect my life? Put yourself in those situations. Why would I put yourself in that space for as much as you can? Get past because honestly, the respect of property is so deeply ingrained in our capitalist DNA. It really is. Like, I know you're not trying to do this, but just think about how that could be taken as, I'm putting the property, by the way, generally insured property of stores co-equal to the lives of these people and the right to express it without without the response to my expression of outrage at the devaluing of human life, of only one kind of human life, being responded to as though I am already an animal, as though I am already a thing. So like, you see this in the classroom all the time. If you talk to kids like you're waiting for them to be bad, kids will be bad because you're just talking, because they don't like being talked to like that. Like my year and a half as a para, I followed the same kid around, but she was largely with the same group of kids. And so I got to see how 30-ish kids responded to 5 different teachers all day. And the teachers who had high expectations and were just like, come on guys, we can do this, they were more well-behaved for them. The teachers were like, you don't do this and you don't do that and you guys better blah, blah, blah. Which like, they were fine, fuck you then. Like I've already did. So like, I'm not.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. If those this is all, to me, it all is laid at the feet of it's okay to kill Black people. It's all laid at, like, all of it. So the protests happened that, and then all the shitty things that happen as a side effect of the protest.
Yeah.
Like those protests, the looting, if you want to call it that, and vandalism, which to me, if you're defacing Confederate memorials, that's not vandalism. Like, tell me another country where the losers of the Civil War, the rebellion, get to be commemorated.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. Now I am going to make friends if you ever publicize this.
That's going on YouTube.
I'm sure. Nobody's going to get this far into it. I mean, oh my God. How many times do they break to go to the bathroom?
I think what's disturbing to me
that all happens because of the hold on. That all happens because of the protest. The protests happen because of the murder. So we don't have the protest and then the correlative acts of whatever, unless it's okay to just keep murdering and jailing Black people and get off scot-free by the police. It's all like, I'm just saying it needs to be laid at the feet correctly of the right people. And also, like, that's the whole thing. To me, I go back to what other recourse do they have?
Yeah.
What other recourse do they have? And why should it be a peaceful protest? I have maintained, I don't know if I learned this somewhere or I just kind of put it together myself, but I have maintained that in order for Martin Luther King to be successful, Malcolm X had to exist. There had to be an element out there that frightened the white establishment into working with the peaceful. Otherwise, it would have been like, well, what are they going to do? We can fire hose them and sick our dogs on them, and they just like turn the other cheek because they're peaceful. And yes, it was the televising of that, and Americans who were otherwise didn't give a crap about Black people saw that and went, holy shit, I can't believe my country does this. That moved it. But honestly, at some level, there is something in the white psyche that went, holy shit, what Malcolm X is saying could really appeal on a broad scale. So we better listen to this one, because this one at least is talking about Christian love. This one over here, he's very frightening.
Yeah.
Right? So like, it seems to me that if you look at sort of the long, ugly history of specifically Black people in this country, big change comes about because of new access to areas of service that they haven't been given before, and then it becomes hard to deny that they are co-equal, i.e. military service, the integrated military and military service, or B, massive movements that end up being violent. Yeah. And it's generally been the Black people on the receiving end of that violence, but not always. And at some point, I don't know, would all those police have been fired? Would those 4 officers have been fired and the one being brought up on charges? They should all be brought up on charges, frankly. If this stuff hadn't kicked off the way it had, would Aubrey, I can't think of his last name, the case in Georgia, would that arrest ever have happened if the video hadn't been leaked? It's like, and to so many of us, like, what I see and hear from the Black community is this is nothing new. It's just that smartphones and social media are making all y'all aware of it, right? So
it's not any more or worse.
So
It's always been. And I think like what's disturbing to me though, okay, yes, I'm still gonna say that I don't agree with destruction of property. I don't know. I'm still struggling with that, and I don't know if I'll ever not struggle with that. But I will say that what is most disturbing to me is that human life is getting taken away. It's murdered for no reason.
well, the reason is because they're Black.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reason. And to some people, that's clearly an okay reason, right?
Like, why is this still happening?
That I don't know.
I think that's
I mean, that's a facile answer and sarcastic and not really.
no, I know. It shouldn't be happening. This should not be happening. It's 2020.
Right. But you know, like let's take a good look at 2020 and let's take a good look at where things have gone in this country. Like, you know, I don't know. There is I don't know that Obama gets elected if Bush hadn't made such a mess of things and the economy hadn't tanked so bad, but I also don't know if there's a Trump without Obama. And you know, and I'm not saying it because that, but it's not Obama's fault in large point. It's, as we've already discussed, you know, the way the Democratic Party handled things. But like, that was so scary. The idea of a Black guy in charge was so scary to so many parts of this country that I read this great article in the New York Times about sort of like moderate white Christian women who are starting to question their lifelong affinity with not only the Republican Party, but with churches who endorse a guy who said, grab him by the pussy, right?
Oh my God. Like, and this is where I struggle.
But
I
also,
struggle a lot.
Here's also where you should struggle is it's 2020 and both nominees from both major parties both have a history of sexual harassment, if not full-on sexual assault. Like the best we could do is Joe Biden.
Josh, another text came in, and I'm signed on to the Alert SF texts, right?
Uh-huh. Is
There's
that from the school district or the city?
The city.
Okay.
SF curfew tonight, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. All must stay home except first responders, those seeking medical care, and unsheltered.
I mean, has San Francisco had any so-called rioting or protesting?
So again, I don't live in the city. I only work there, which I love. I don't want to use only because I serve the city of our students, and but I did get a message last night. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Also on the whole Alert SF. There was a civic demonstration affecting Muni in Mission Dolores neighborhood last night. Mm-hmm. And then another one came in at about 8:45 last night saying, avoid the area of Union Square and Central Market due to police activity. Emergency crews are on scene. Expect traffic delays, consider alternate routes, and allow for additional travel time.
Okay, well, maybe those were just like, maybe nothing.
I didn't look into it. I didn't.
So-called violent happen. I wonder like how well that's going to go. I think you institute a curfew so you can just have an excuse to scoop large groups of people off the street. But, you know, I'm not there, so it's very academic to me at this point.
Did you read or watch Handmaid's Tale?
I watched, what was it, the first 2 seasons?
There's just this like movement towards like this dystopian society. And
in arts and entertainment, or do you mean like in real life?
In real life.
Yeah.
Like now,
you know, to say that like they feel like being under Trump, that Margaret Atwood's work could be like more a forecast than a just
Like,
straight.
I love the fact that the kids have passports.
Right.
If we have to go, we'll go.
Is Lithuania really that much better? Lots of parts of the world have fallen to the right. That's all I'm saying.
No, I mean, I don't know if I would go, like, I mean, this is why I want the kids to get their EU passports to begin with. But like, I would say just enough to get into Canada or Mexico. I don't know. I mean, I also said the same thing about if Bush were to be elected, and who thought that those, I can't believe we thought those were the crazy years.
You know, it's funny. It's what you get acclimated to. It's
what you get complacent to.
No, but I mean, it's what you, where I was going to go earlier is, you know, after that first month of 10 and 12-hour days, anything shorter than that felt like if I just go home after 8 or 9 hours, it was like cheating, or like I must be forgetting something. How could I be ready to go home? But again, I don't know if it's about complacent or just what becomes normalized. I don't feel like I'm acclimation
to something, I think, is then different to complacency. You can acclimate, but if, like, I remember, okay, like, remember, you know, AOL dial-up, and you had the thing, and then you'd get cut off, and I think that if there were never to be improvements made on speed and bandwidth and internet, then we were complacent. Like, okay, well,
we didn't know it could get better, right?
Well, right. And we didn't know that it could get better or be better.
Whereas
right?
during the Bush administration, we didn't know it could get worse.
You know, and like, there are people in this country who think that we are moving in the right direction. And then you've got people who think that, right, it's gotten worse. And what I don't want to happen is during this time of acclimation of like shelter in place or whatever, for us to get complacent and be like, well, it is what it is. I'm not, you know, take this whole apathetic approach to it of like.
Well, when you say these protests are the opposite of acclimation, they are a violent backlash to the normalizing of law enforcement murdering.
Yeah, I hope that, well, I don't think it's acclimation. I think that people are not willing to be complacent.
That's what I'm saying. These are the opposite of being acclimatized. These are saying like, we're getting acclimatized and that's not okay anymore.
Right. We're not willing to be complacent. See, and I don't think, I think I define acclimation and complacency different.
I mean, okay, either word.
To acclimate is to get used to it and let it just keep going. And that's where complacency comes into place. Like, you can't be complacent to something until you've acclimated. And so
as a culture, we've become complacent, become acclimated to police murdering black men, or we've full on become complacent about it. And that either way, whether it's, my point is whether it's, we've been acclimated to it or.
Yeah, I think we've become acclimated to it because we see it happening and we hear about it happening, but we are no longer willing to be complacent.
I was going to say, I think this is a response to that acclimatization or complacency, whichever one you want to say it is.
Yeah. I
wonder how long it's going to take to process this now 4-hour Zoom recording. But you get to edit it, not me.
Do I really want to take out those 2 pee breaks when they really don't matter at this point?
Just post 4-hour shit to YouTube. Who cares? We are setting a high bar to longest video podcast ever.
I'm glad it's with you.
Oh. Well, I mean, if it wasn't with somebody interesting, wouldn't you be done by now?
Yeah, somebody who I actually have to like hold a conversation with.
What do you mean?
Well, there are people who like you have to.
Are we holding a conversation?
We're
You
like
mean carry a conversation?
carry a conversation.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you. See, that's what happens 4 hours later.
Is English, are you technically speaking an English learner?
Yeah,
Was Lithuanian your first language?
it was.
How old were you when you started learning English?
Kindergarten.
Mm.
English is my primary language.
Sure.
There are still words and phrases that are just so much better in Lithuanian that I can't translate or interpret.
Like what? Give me an example. And I want to hear it in Lithuanian, and then you tell me like kind of what it means.
Okay, so there's two that I could totally think of right now. And I'm just like, one is like, kam jam reikia pasirodyt? Like, why does he need to like pasirodyti? Like it's like show off. It's almost like this like or like būti pasipūtusi, like she needs to be blown up. And I'm only using the gender here because that's the term. But it's like this need to, like a show off, like this peacock who needs to show off the beautiful feathers kind of thing, like, or to be inflated, like full of air, like stand on a pedestal. See, I can't even like it just doesn't, there's no way to say it in English.
The connotation of saying why do they need to be such a show off, or why are they such a show off, is not as strong.
Right.
And then you said you had another one, or were those both?
That was it. Like pasirodyti, like to be that show off, like kam jam čia reikia pasirodyti, like why does he need to show off? And then like the other one is like jinai tokia pasipūtusi, like she is so blown up, so inflated, so like.
And we're not talking about bad boob jobs, right?
Boob jobs? No.
When you say inflated, you don't mean
inflated.
Poor cosmetic surgery?
No.
No, I know. It's just that you were doing like this with your hands.
Yeah.
So, funny story about you and Lithuanian. So on that parent guide, like make a schedule that we made.
Don't you have like a teacher or parent who's Lithuanian?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
But no. So do you remember the schedule you made for your kids when this all started? And on our like parent guide, one of the ideas was make a schedule. Well, the and it's all in Litho. So our public information officer was apparently going through stuff last week and went, "Hey, has anybody commented on this slide in Greek, I'm guessing?" And I'm like, actually it's Lithuanian, and no, nobody has commented on it or asked in any case, in any slide. I said, and actually that was a purposeful choice. I wanted an example of a schedule that didn't seem to be implying that certain things should be on the schedule. So by making it
illegible,
not readable by both of our major language groups, we showed an example, because it's clear that the times are clear, that there's times and then there's writing. I said by not using anybody's language where there's no bias towards English or Spanish, and then by making it in a language that nobody could read, we avoid, so the district saying we have to do blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, so that's why I use that. And she goes, well, that's a really good point. How did you find a parent schedule in Lithuanian? Oh, my friend who works in San Francisco Unified is Lithuanian, so she blah, blah, blah. So I just used hers. And she's like, oh, okay.
I have another one. No, I don't. I'm looking around my walls. Oh, that was the one. Oh,
Looks like it's on a big orange Post-it or something.
Yeah,
So I didn't mean to derail off of, the reason I asked that question about was Lithuanian your first language is you were saying something and you hung up in a place on vocabulary that I'm like, this is an EL place to hang up. This is.
I don't even realize, what was it?
I don't remember now. Too bad this isn't being recorded. And I just gave you sort of an assist and you're like, yeah, we're so long in this conversation. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, I think that it's definitely we've hit a place where just running out of words, but not that that's how that really works. But it just the way you got to a place where you kind of hung, I'm like, oh, that's reminds me of working with ELs, just where it hung up, like well educated. So a lot of the people I work with have their EdDs, a lot of doctorates, and then they will hang up on things or say things in a certain way, and I'll say, oh, it's this, and they'll go, yeah, I'm an EL. I'm like, you have a doctorate, you can't keep saying that, but I guess it never goes away.
Yeah. So going on the whole school schedule and at-home schedule and all that, and I'm definitely putting together a game plan for the kids over the summer. Now that learning at a distance is feasible and far more approachable. And I love that my kids' school has extended all of its digital licenses for over the summer, licenses that they usually just stop for over the summer. They're continuing. And I'm like, that is awesome. And so I'm putting together game plans for the kids, not like a game plan, but like a strategy and expectation that in the mornings, you're going to do your 20 minutes of this and you're going to do your 30 minutes of this. And then we're going to do something integrated. I'll get creative or whatever, because I'm still working from home. And so
you don't have big summer break coming up or anything, right? I didn't think so. Neither do I. I got that 3 days.
Yeah, unless I put in for vacation time, which is totally doable, possible, but
it's not like you're going to travel or go anywhere, right?
Exactly. So so yeah, I mean, I hugely applaud my kids' school for being look, we're going to keep going, you keep going, school ends on a certain day, but you have the option. And I'm like, this is so cool. And so we'll do that. The one thing that I still feel like needing to remind everybody in all of this is that, okay, we have time now to reflect, make plans over the summer for whatever's going to happen in the fall. Okay. Berkeley Unified put out that statement that they're not reopening in the fall. They're going to stay virtual. I shared that joint press release from LA and San Diego.
I didn't read it. What did it basically say?
The bottom line was they're not even going to consider reopening unless state and local authorities give the necessary funding for the schools to follow the guidelines that they're putting in place for reopening. Because it's a money thing. And if we're asking schools to do more, but taking away money, none of these guidelines are feasible. So,
well, right. But we all understand that the state kind of has no option but to take away money, right? Multi-billions and $billion shortfall.
Oh, absolutely. I get it, but we're already in budget cuts regardless. But
no, we are too. Yeah, I mean, that's what
everyone
it's really, we need to do some, I have to finish writing some poll questions to talk to parents and see where they're at.
Yeah.
And then here's the sort of other issue that we have is, remember what I said about the 2 zip codes most heavily impacted are the areas. Well, part of the reason they're heavily impacted is because, all the ag workers were essential, so they didn't get to stay home, and they probably couldn't have afforded it anyway.
Yeah.
So it's but there's no way we can full reopen. There's just absolutely no way. So people keep going, well, what about childcare and this and that? I'm just like, well, they're doing it now.
Yeah.
And not to have no sympathy, but because I do, I feel badly, but at the same time, like, we can't violate the law.
Right.
And
Well, yeah.
we have the highest infection rate, you know, in the county in our area.
Right. So the ultimate point that I was getting to in my amazing long-winded way is that for this semester, for sure, I want to keep coming back to every student shall be held harmless. Nobody's academic progress shall be penalized this semester. If you improved, awesome, great. If you didn't, you shouldn't be held accountable. Like students are not the ones who should be penalized.
So what do you say?
So new.
What do you say to the teachers? What do you say? So I have a couple pushback.
Hang on. Can I just finish? Just one more thing. But
yes.
come fall, in whatever platform, whatever is put into place, now that we have time to plan for it, and we can be strategic and we can reflect upon this semester.
Also I think I think I'm about to yes and you, because I think I misunderstood what you were saying in the first part.
Where I was going, yeah. So
yeah,
in this spring semester.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. So in this spring semester, you know, everybody was thoughtful. We've made process improvements, whatever was done. But this was so like on the fly. I don't want any student to hurt from this experience, because even to your, like, not everybody was able to get internet when they need, like, it was all over the place, right? Everything was done possible and feasible, whatever was feasible. I just don't want students to see like penalized from the spring semester. But now that we are learning, we're in the groove, now we can take the summer to plan strategically, to reflect, to make even more process improvements, that come fall, we have better systems and processes and structures in place, so that then we can now hold students accountable for the work that they're doing, mindful of like our littlest learners who have a really hard time sitting in front of a screen or having the structure, and you've got your work from home parents who are trying to juggle. Like, I'm still like really mindful on that. But like, I take a look at now my older kids and think, okay, you've got a few months under your belts now. You know what the expectations are. Like, you can, like, come August, whatever the situation is, like, you are held accountable, and there is no excuse why you can't be able to succeed. Am I thinking outside of the box, outside of the universe? Is that the switch of the background now?
I just got tired of it.
Okay.
I decided I've been done being on the dark side. No, what I thought you were saying is you wanted the hold harmless to be continued into the fall, and I'm like,
no.
And see, to me, the biggest, well, the systems we put in place, I think, can be easily adapted, but we've had more than and not just sort of the typical suspects who kind of want to blame students and families, but just people going like, you know, like, I think it's more at the middle and high school, and we don't have those, but it's like, there's a lot of kids who are like, well, if I don't get grades, and I've heard a lot of parents have this conversation, like, if I don't get grades, why should I do the work? And parents are going like, where's your integrity? Didn't I raise you better than this? Kind of conversations.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of our teachers going like they know they're not getting grades, and sort of it's reflected in some of their work, and some of them, you know, there are people who are just like, they do to comply and whatever.
Yeah.
But I think, to me, it's also been like, it's been enough time where parents kind of get, okay, school is still in session, this is all still important.
Right.
To me, it's about the communication and leveraging with the families. Like, so much more critical than ever.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and then it becomes for us, it's like, so what do we need to, so we gave hotspots to families, but what we're finding out is some of those families, like, or they have internet at home, so we didn't give them just to double check, like, I'm getting text alerts on my screen, you're not seeing them, right?
No.
Okay.
You could be watching porn for all I know.
I mean, I'm not, but thanks for putting that in everybody's head now that they're watching it.
You're welcome.
So, but what I'm saying is they didn't get a hotspot because they do have it at home, but when, you know, they have to go out to work,
yeah,
the babysitter doesn't have internet or childcare doesn't have it. So like, that's sort of like phase 2.
mm-hmm.
But to us, the important thing was, especially in like the first month, it's like, school is still in session. Here's how they do it. Here's what where expectations are. And for us, like, we are kind of throwing around the idea where our TK and kinder kids come in sort of a phased, socially distanced way, like a scheduled structure to like, here's how mommy and me get on the Chromebook. Here's how mommy and me get into Seesaw. Here's how blah, blah, blah. Like doing this sort of, you know what the mommy and me classes are, right? Mm-hmm. Doing the mommy and me thing. But getting into that.
But I know what they are.
Right. It's just the concept that you need. To getting onto the devices and getting to your learning platforms and to your tools, but also like to some extent the incoming kids new to Alisol, regardless of grade level, are going to need some of that as well. Interesting thing is there's some chisme going through some of the site secretaries, gossip, sorry, going through some of the site secretaries that families who left for our neighboring district mm-hmm. and have been really unhappy with how they've done distance learning are like returning to us. So we'll see how that bears out.
Okay, so you had said, right, like school is in session. These are the expectations. This is what you're supposed to do. I am all about that, right? Clarity. This is what's supposed to happen. My beef is when a school or district then places expectations, academic expectations that are supposed to happen at home, and that home is not equipped for those expectations to happen. Like, you want the home to have internet? Great, then you provide that house internet. You want, if there isn't already, right? If there's work that has to happen on a device, then, and there isn't a device in that home, then you, the school or district, provide that advice. If you want,
right, but so like, I understand that.
So like, if a school or district wants the little learners or any age to, you know, work on their penmanship, rightfully so, and to draw out or like work on a worksheet or whatever, because, you know, okay, worksheets still have value depending on what it is, then the school or district should provide the home I think that's where it's like, look, you want the schooling, the academics, the learning to happen in the home, make sure that that home then is equipped for that to happen.
Well, and I mean, I hear that and I feel like we've done a pretty good job of that where I work.
Sure you did. This is general. I'm not saying you.
No, I'm taking everything you say personally. Now we're switching the background to reflect my mood again. You're in the weeds, Mattis. You're in the weeds on this one.
Thanks.
You take yourself off to the Northern Lights, or me and the Dark Jedi are going to come and get you. See how I did that? Narrative. I'm creative.
The full circle of life. I haven't really played around with my background. I will one day. Right now I like the pure white.
I know, and then you're wearing sort of an off-white, so you're your own green screen, just sort of floating, a floating head.
Yeah. Have we purged all we wanted to talk about?
I mean, does anybody purge all that? Yeah, I don't know if we've, I don't know. If that's your way of saying like I'm ready to be done now, that's fine.
Nope.
Here, what about this one? Let's see how
I'm
this.
talking with you. Show me what else you got. Nice. Is that in honor of a Falcon 9 Crew Dragon?
No, this is my sticker.
Your LSL sticker?
No, my EdTech spec sticker.
Oh.
Hey, somebody's not paying attention. You just lost points. Honest. Just saying.
Sure I did.
You're like, yeah, this is all the fucks I give about that.
Because I don't think I have one of your EdTech spec.
I mean, don't. It's beneath you to lie and say I've never given you a sticker.
I'm sure you have. I just don't know where it is.
This is the header from one of our school's remote instruction websites that they did.
That's very nice.
Why are these not coming up? Can it not be a PNG? I'm trying to find, oh, there they are. Digit promo. Here, we did, we're doing it in both languages, but we did our parent Digit Academy. I don't know if you can read it.
I can, from 6 to 7 p.m. via Facebook Live.
Right? And it looks all flipped and mirrored back. So that was the 28th after the board meeting. And then we're doing one on, I've been practicing saying this word because it's really difficult for me. Ciudadanía Digital on, I think, Monday for our Spanish-speaking parents. There it is. Sí. Academia de Padres. Ciudadanía Digital.
Ciudadanía?
Ciudadanía. It's right?
No. Ciudadanía?
Right. Ciudadanía.
Ciudadanía.
I was working with a colleague, Dr. Hernandez, and having like I was trying to get, I was parsing it incorrectly. I wasn't syllabifying correctly. I was trying to ciudad the nia, like I just could not. I think I was hitting all the letters, just, and also like it's not easy to read it backwards, which it totally is to me. I'm assuming it is to you.
No, it's not backwards.
Oh, it is, and you see it. The letters are all the right direction for you?
Yeah, everything is perfectly the way it's supposed to be.
Oh, it's just totally flipped for me. So I'm like reading it backwards. Oh, that's good to know. I bet that's how come when I point up, down, well, not up, down, but left, right, it goes in the right direction. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I need to learn more about, I need to play around more.
I don't use it very much, but like honestly, I can say a lot of what I've learned about it is like from Susan Stewart.
Yeah.
So she does this cool thing where like she'll be presenting in Meet, she'll be leading a Google workshop in Meet, in Google Meet, but she will open up a Zoom with nobody else in it, shrink herself, and then like float herself around and like point to things. So you can sort of, so like even though you're looking at the slides in full screen, you still see her. You could do it with Screencastify as well, but it's a little more elegant. I'm just like looking at how, do you like my my pandemic haircut? I cut it myself. Like I figure if one side looks neat, you can, but it only looks okay to about here. It's like Google, it's like Meet Zoom ready, but after here it's a little choppy.
Well done, you.
A little chop salad.
You know, I think this is now the longest video ever. It's longer than Titanic and Sound of Music.
I mean, I'm not sure that's a selling point, but okay.
Look at that beautiful view.
Which you are so much closer. Look, if I lean right, I disappear. There. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on your side of the bridge.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mattis. Work. Mattis. Work. Sorry. I think these are definitely signs that we're both ready to get off this call, actually. I need to go walk. We've been on our butts for a really long time.
Yeah, except for 2 pee breaks.
Right, which honestly, with the amount of Crystal Light I drink in a day, that's nothing. It's barely anything.
Josh.
Kristina.
Thank you for joining me on this inaugural Share Your Story series that I want to do, that I have embarked on. I'm really glad that people are signing up, and say, yeah, I want to talk. I want to share my story. And I'm like, that's awesome, because I'm here to listen. And I'm glad that my first conversation was with you.
Thank you. I'm happy to have at least set the bar on distance, and by which everyone will go, that first episode is such a mother, but they get better after that. Like, she figures out how to keep people on track, and her interviewing gets better, and like nobody could really, like, Harris is just a problem, and she's a confluence of a lot of bad things. But after the first one.
And it wasn't really an interview. This was an opportunity for you to talk. So I just let you talk.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
And yeah, what is this hashtag now? KPR. Welcome to KPR.
Kristina Public Radio, which is not on the radio.
All right. Thank you.
KPR NOTR. Kristina Public Radio, not on the radio. Unusually long initialized hashtags. All right.
What we need.
I will talk to you later.
All right. How do I do this? Do I stop record? How do I stop recording? This is where I stop recording.
Yep.
All right. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.